Somewhere, a red-haired young man was on the brink of death. He muttered to himself, "What a beautiful dream! So beautiful I want to destroy it, devour it, and tear it apart." Unfortunately, before he could finish, a blond young man stared at him and said calmly, "Finally, he's been taken down." A pathetic end, perfectly fitting for the cruelest villain. With that, he turned and walked away. As it turned out, this was the ending of a novel. Just moments ago, Nam Woo-hyun, determined to finish his story, had orchestrated the death of the strongest villain at the hands of the protagonist. Though this was the ending many readers wanted, to him, it felt like garbage. Clearly, it wasn't the conclusion he wanted to write. But for the sake of money, he had no choice but to go through with it. As he typed the final word, a strange sound echoed. Nam Woo-hyun flinched, trembling. No one should be visiting at this hour. He approached the door to check, but there was only silence outside. Though uneasy, Woo-hyun reassured himself it was probably just a drunk passing by. As he turned to head back to bed, a strange piece of paper fell at his feet. It read, "This is a gift. Make a request when you need it." Before he could think about whether he'd ask for a TV or a fridge, the paper emitted a dark aura. Arson, the villain, appeared before him. Woo-hyun gasped, "What? How is he here?" Arson didn't answer immediately, only offering a bitter smile. He spoke, "So this is how I die? All that time, all that effort, 10 years just to avenge those who destroyed my family, my friends, my love. I lost everything. But why? Even after I let go of it all, it still ends in failure. Well, Woo-hyun, you of all people should understand, so there's no point in saying more." Woo-hyun tried to respond, but Arson cut him off, "So please." At that moment, the dark aura enveloped Woo-hyun entirely. With a helpless smile, Arson continued, "Please help me. Only you can change this fate. I'll be watching you." In an instant, Woo-hyun was swept into chaos. He found himself inside the body of the red-haired young man. Slowly opening his eyes, he sat up, scratching his head. "Huh? Did I just pass out?" Suddenly, the room's structure seemed unfamiliar, confusing him. Glancing at his wrist, he muttered, "What's with this outfit?" He got out of bed and approached a mirror, mumbling, "What's going on?" Staring at his reflection, he saw a bizarre red hairstyle and a sly smile. The moment he met those cold, fox-like eyes, he realized he was in the body of Arson Adele, the most powerful villain in his novel. Worse yet, an assassination was set to happen in just a few days. The half-demon blood of Arson's family, descendants of demons, had made them one of the kingdom's greatest clans. But the 6 major families destroyed them, leaving only Adele. That was his story, the reason he became a villain. He sought revenge, but ultimately failed. And now, he had brought Woo-hyun, his creator, into this world. In a few days, Woo-hyun would be killed by the knights of the 6 families. Desperate, he activated the status window. In terms of talent, Adele was one of the novel's strongest characters, but he couldn't match the overpowered abilities Woo-hyun had given the protagonists. The status window displayed: race, half-demon; alignment, chaotic; talent, swap 1; attributes, darkness, killing intent; mana control; mana, 341. No matter how compelling a villain was, Woo-hyun had never intended for them to defeat the protagonists. Now, he couldn't even control mana. The setup he'd created to make Adele terrifying was backfiring spectacularly. Frustrated, he noticed the paper on the bed. "What's that?" "Wait, it's the paper from before I got sucked into the novel. I forgot about it." Unsure if it would help, he had no other options. He recalled it said, "When you need it, look at it." But when he checked, the paper was blank. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Is this how it ends? Suddenly, words appeared on the paper. Author, if you don't know how to use the gift, answer yes or no. Woo-hyun, trembling, muttered, "Who the hell are you?" The paper responded, "Write yes or no on the paper." Annoyed, he snapped, "What now, you're ignoring me? Fine, I'll play along." He wrote yes. The paper explained, "Information trading. I'll answer anything written on this paper. Some questions require payment." Woo-hyun was stunned. Information trading? So it knows everything. The paper clarified, "The more important the question, the higher the cost." He demanded, "Tell me how to get back to the real world." The paper promptly refused. "Impossible." He swore, "Damn it, I knew I couldn't count on this. Resigned, he wrote, then show me how to use mana and Adele's attributes. As soon as he finished, mana surged through his body. The paper announced, no payment required for this question. Mana control and attribute usage have been integrated into your body. Do you accept? He answered, yes. He grinned as he felt the mana. The first attribute was darkness, which could disable an opponent's 5 senses. When activated, a black hole formed in his hand. He cheered, it worked. It's smaller than usual, but it'll do. Next was killing intent, an aura that could suppress opponents. He succeeded again. Trained knights and soldiers might resist, but this'll work on regular people, he thought. Now he needed to master Adele's unique ability, Swap 1, the ultimate assassination skill that allowed him to swap places with any object. When activated, a magic circle appeared under his feet. Satisfied, he noted it was limited to a 20 square meter range, far weaker than the novel's version. If I train, he had a suit of armor and decided to test it. Using Swap 1, he expected to switch with the armor, but instead, he was flung backward, crashing with a loud thud and landing on his rear. Damn it, guess I can't nail it on the first try. Outside, the sound of hoofbeats and voices grew closer. Soldiers shouted, hurry. This time, we'll kill him for sure. But Wu Hyun remained defiant. I'll do it again, 10, no, 100 times if I have to. I'm going to survive. At that moment, in the Arson family estate, a group of people stormed in. Seeing the crowd, 2 servants grew anxious. A tall man with eyes full of killing intent looked down and demanded, where is he? This was Count Leon, captain of the Peltz Knights. The servant stammered, he's in this room, sir. Inside, Adele heard the commotion but stayed silent. Leon asked, what's his condition? The servant reported, he hasn't moved for days. Intrigued, Leon grunted, humph. Without hesitation, he kicked the door open and charged in. Adele, sitting calmly in a chair, greeted him. So you've arrived? Sir Peltz, I assume you're not planning to let a kid walk away, are you? Leon scoffed, ridiculous. Finish him. A soldier immediately obeyed, stepping forward. Yes, sir. Refusing to be an easy target, Adele swiftly used Swap 1. The soldier's glowing sword faltered, confusing him. Adele used Swap 1 again, teleporting in front of the soldier and plunging a blade into his neck. Blood sprayed everywhere. Leon, shocked by Adele's lightning-fast takedown, crossed his arms and barked, what are you idiots doing? Get him. The soldiers obeyed, charging forward. Adele bolted out of the room, hurling a set of knives to the ground, then used Swap 1 to teleport. He landed safely. Adele decided, I need to head to the Arson forest. Seeing him escape, Leon shouted, he's running. After him now. In the Arson forest, Adele sprinted, gasping for breath. Even if I miraculously escaped the knights and left the territory, I can't survive like this. So, I'll pass through the portal in this forest to reach the demon realm. The demon realm was reeling from its war with humans. If he proved his worth, they might accept him. But the problem was, Adele stopped to rest, then heard a noise. Suspicious, he muttered. Have they caught up already? Leon's soldiers had entered the forest. Leon ordered, split up and find him. Adele hid behind a tree, watching. The issue is, I don't know exactly where the portal is. It's got to be close. As he moved, he clumsily stepped on a twig, making a sound. He froze. Instantly, the area was obliterated by Leon's power. Radiating killing intent, Leon growled. Slippery bastard. So you're hiding here. But Adele had already used his ability to escape. I've got 1 or 2 swaps left. I need to find that portal fast. Damn it, there's got to be a way. He scribbled on the paper. Tell me the exact location of the portal to the demon realm in the Arson forest. The paper replied, that information isn't free. Pay 100 gold coins or an artifact of relic tier or higher. Stunned by the steep price, Adele blurted. What? You jerk, where am I supposed to get that now? Before he could finish, a shockwave slammed into him, knocking him to the ground in pain. Leon, wielding a razor-sharp sword, stood over him, running to save your skin. Adele, today you die here, whether you like it or not. Despite coughing up blood, Adele shot back. Don't make me laugh. I'm not dying. He thought. There's still one way. Live or die. I'll take the gamble. Seeing his defiance, Leon frowned. Still fighting to the end, huh? Fitting for a clan leader. Adele gripped his sword, irritated. Why do you act so noble when you're just a bunch of grown men ganging up on a kid? Why not switch to babysitting? Oh, wait. You probably couldn't even handle that, huh? Adele's taunts enraged Leon. I planned to end you painlessly, but now I'll pierce your heart with the sword Count Leon bestowed upon me. Leon lunged, roaring, die. Adele grinned, thinking, now. As Leon's sword thrust forward, Adele swiftly raised the paper to block it. Words appeared on it. Thank you for your payment, deemed sufficient, exceeding the required price. Guiding you to the portal to the demon realm in the forest. Adele smirked triumphantly, confusing Leon. What? A door materialized beside Adele. He used swap one, darting toward the portal. Leon, startled, shouted, stop. But Adele pressed on, thinking, that crazy bastard. Can't believe he chased me this far. Spotting the door, he rejoiced, found it. Leon uprooted a tree, determined, you're not going anywhere. The tree hurtled toward Adele. Just as it nearly struck, he was about to vanish. Smirking, Adele called to Leon. See you next time, Sir Feltz. Before disappearing, he gave Leon a mocking salute, driving him to fury. Damn it, he's reached the demon realm. After arriving in the demon realm, Adele chewed on dried meat, wondering, how long has it been? After waking up from passing through the portal, I found myself in a dungeon. This is an artificial dungeon created by someone, a secret lab for dark magic research. He was puzzled. Why is there dried meat and a stone bed in a place like this? Was it made by some treasure guardian? Not to mention the red barrier blocking attacks from the front and a stone golem guard. I don't know which high-ranking clan built this, but it's full of weird quirks. Just looking at that golem is terrifying. If I rushed in now, I'd probably get crushed. Suddenly, the paper glowed, catching Adele's attention. It read, this is the only time you're forgiven for using unowned items as payment. Fail to comply, and information trading will be denied. Adele broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this guy's nuts. So he's letting it slide this time. Then he noticed something odd. Huh, that stone wall looks off. Wait, I can sense these things, like Adele would. A booming voice echoed. You have no authority. Adele thought, that must be the barrier's deactivation function. Too bad. He started planning. I need another way out. That stone fell from the golem. If it's really stone, things might go my way. Without hesitation, he used swap one, swapping places with the stone. Escaping, he cheered. Nice, it worked. But a loud roar from a monster interrupted his relief. Meanwhile, in a kingdom where the sun and moon formed an eclipse, someone splashed a bucket of water, yelling, Idiot! Why'd you spill it here? The person kept scolding a child. The man in charge was Crete, head of the Bears clan in the demon realm. He entered, saying, Quite the commotion. Probably because my daughter's about to raid a mid-tier secret realm. What a hassle. If she succeeds, she'll earn entry to Site-An. But even if I order her to fail, she'll defy me. Only by entering Site-An can she avenge her mother, killed by humans. Can that fragile girl survive a place full of savage demons? Crete sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, shouting, Lord, there's trouble. Crete snapped. What's with the noise? The servant bowed nervously. I'm sorry. We've heard there's an unidentified intruder in the secret realm. Crete raised an eyebrow. In the secret realm? The servant continued. Yes, there's no trace of them opening the door to enter, so everyone's confused. Crete asked, have they been identified? The servant replied, they accessed a function only you can use from the inside, but we don't know who it is. Crete tapped the table, pondering. Maybe he was forcibly summoned through a portal created during the human-demon war. He ordered, he'll die anyway, so don't worry. Focus on preparing for my daughter's trial. The servant nodded. Understood. Crete gazed outside, musing. If things go well, I might have a useful pawn. Assuming he doesn't die in the secret realm. Back with Adele, he was thrown back into the room, crashing to the ground with a scream. Confused, he muttered, What the hell? A wolf? That was close. The wolf relentlessly attacked the door, making him nervous. So, even if the barrier's gone, getting out's a problem. Then he realized, wait, isn't it made of stone too? He decided, all right, let's try it. Adele quickly used swap one, swapping places with the wolf. He grinned. It worked. The wolf, confused, roared inside the room, trying to break free. Adele ran, thinking, it'll die if it keeps that up. Now I just need to find the exit. As he ran, he stopped short. A giant praying mantis appeared ahead. This isn't good. Each stage has a task, and this one's worse than the wolf. He smirked. Just as I thought, they're mindless objects. This is doable as long as I have swap one. He sprinted, stopping before the final door. A voice announced, "Welcome, you've reached the final destination." Adele frowned. What? You're welcoming an intruder? What's this nonsense? It seemed to be the boss's room. Anyone in there? Inside was another monster, a death knight. Adele swallowed hard, nervous. Based on his power, he's about as strong as a phantom death knight. The death knight spoke. I commend your respect for reaching this place. Adele instantly used swap one. As the death knight finished saying, this place, Adele teleported him outside. Greedily, Adele approached. A treasure chest? Bigger than I expected. There's even a carved black dragon ornament. Suddenly, it hit him. Wait, a black dragon ornament. I've seen this before. He wondered, black dragon? Among the highest noble clans, there's sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, greed, malice, and pride, like a black dragon. Bears, the seventh sin, pride. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, damn it. If they catch me, I'm dead. Without hesitation, Adele opened the chest. At this point, I'll loot it and run. There's got to be something useful to get out of here. As he opened it, dark energy flooded out, clinging to his face. It forcibly surged into his stomach. Adele clutched his abdomen in agony, vomiting, then screaming. His head felt like it was exploding, blood splattering everywhere. At that moment, something grotesque lay on the ground. Adele, trembling and panting, panicked. How long was I out? Is my left eye bulging out or something? He checked his reflection in his sword's blade, noticing the pride eye. Could that liquid that hit me earlier be? His status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaotic. Talent, swap one. Trait, roleplay enthusiasm. Attributes, enthusiasm, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride eye. Mana, 341. Dynamic vision, greatly enhanced, activates after defeating an enemy. With his new ability, Adele smirked. With this, I'll never lose to weaker foes again. Not bad. Coming to the demon realm was the right call. After settling things, he decided, I've got everything I need. Time to get out of here. I was focused on the chest, but there's a door behind it. What do? I've made a lot of noise, so there's probably a ton of soldiers waiting outside. If I step out, I'm dead. Do I need to grovel faster than light to survive? But if they find out I'm from the Arson clan, they'll kill me no matter how much I beg. I need to hide this emblem first. The Death Knight roared furiously. Open the door now. Hearing the noise, Adele turned to see the Death Knight pounding on the door. His Highness is coming. Open it. Adele panicked. What? His Highness? Wait, is that why they welcomed me? Left dried meat and a stone bed. Because this place was built by high-ranking clans for testing. He scribbled on the paper. Who owns this place? He thought. I stole the reward meant for them. They'll tear me apart on the spot. He asked, tell me who's closest to me. The paper replied, that information has a price. Pay with an item worth 100 gold coins or a relic tier artifact. Adele wondered, what can I even pay with? He decided, mana. I'll pay with 100 points of my max mana. He thought, it'll be tough, but I can recover if I survive. The paper accepted, deemed sufficient. I'll take 100 mana. Author, the closest person to you is Renee, the youngest daughter of Creep Bears, head of the Bears clan. At that moment, Renee entered, making Adele nervous. Damn it. I'm done for. From what he knew, this domain was created by the Bears clan to train their youngest daughter. The Pride Eye was surely her reward for completing the domain. Renee, with enough authority in the Bears clan to slice through guards like butter, now stood before him. Renee swiftly beheaded the Death Knight, then turned to Adele, making him sweat bullets. All right, I can do this, he reassured himself. Renee pointed her sword at him, annoyed. Who are you? Adele quickly knelt, respectfully saying, Congratulations, Lady Renee, on conquering the final domain. You've proven your worth. Renee snapped, Explain. Adele, sweating, said. The clan head ordered me to be your guard. He thought. Our eyes met, but she doesn't seem to notice the pride eye. Renee, skeptical, asked you. Adele grinned confidently. Yes. I may look like this, but my skills aren't half bad. He resolved. I'll use her to get out of here. Renee burst out laughing. Uffed. Adele worried. Does she not believe me? He quickly used his ability to gain her trust, startling her. He grabbed her hand, smugly saying, See? I'm confident I'll be useful in protecting Lady Renee. Renee angrily yanked her hand back, confusing Adele. What? Is she mad? She turned away, thinking. Adele sighed in relief. Lucky she's overlooking what I did. He said, Let's go. Please meet the clan head now. He's waiting for you. Renee agreed. Fine. Adele tried to leave first. Then I'll handle the other tasks the clan had assigned. I need to get out of here fast. He flung the door open, saying, I definitely won't be late. Suddenly, Renee froze, alarming Adele. Looking ahead, she called, Father. Crete, radiating killing intent, smiled. Adele was shocked. Damn it, why's Crete here? If he sees the pride eye, he'll kill me. Why isn't he reacting? Crete asked Renee, Have you successfully completed the domain? Renee replied, Yes, Father. Crete turned, I see. Follow me. Adele wondered, Follow me? What's he thinking? He quickly followed Crete, thinking, I can't fool them all. I've got nothing left to offer the paper, so I can't use its power. He trailed Crete to the palace. So this is the bear's estate. Crete stopped, ordering, Return to your rooms. The others obeyed. Yes, sir. Crete told Adele, You wait here. I'll call for you later. Adele thought gleefully. He's leaving me alone? This is my chance, right? No, of course not. In the office, Renee stood before Crete. He asked, You completed my final task. Must you go to the Saitan training grounds? Renee affirmed, Yes. Crete pondered, then asked, Putting that aside, how's he? Renee recalled, stating, He's strong. Crete, intrigued, said, I see. Very interesting. He stood, looking outside. Since you've proven your worth, you may go to Saitan as you wish. Renee beamed. Thank you, Father. Crete, satisfied, thought. I figured he'd die right after breaking into the domain, but he survived and even got the pride eye. Plus, Renee's opinion of him. He's definitely worth exploiting. Outside, Adele fretted. How long do I have to wait? In the dim glow of the castle's lights, two men appeared. A subordinate bowed respectfully, gesturing to Adele. This way. He pushed open the door, announcing, I've brought him, clan head. As Adele stepped into the room, Crete's face loomed like a demon from hell. Adele froze, his mind racing. Clan head, what's he thinking? He bowed cautiously, terrified that a single misstep could cost him his life. Why are you letting me live? Crete flashed a sinister grin, his voice booming menacingly. You bastard. He unleashed his power, the sound echoing through the dark castle. You sure fooled my daughter well. The sudden attack caught Adele off guard. Pain surged through his body, and he could only grit his teeth. Under Crete's overwhelming strength, he collapsed to the ground. He shouted, You don't plan to kill me. Hearing this, Crete withdrew his power, smirking. Humph, spared, Adele gasped for air, his body still trembling. He thought, that dark energy is insane. Crete, with the air of a supreme ruler, grinned smugly. You're pretty quick-witted. Looking at Adele, he asked, What's your name? Still terrified, Adele answered promptly, I'm Adele. At the sound of his name, Crete seemed to grow angrier. Adele. Once again, Adele was pinned by his power, clueless about what set him off. His body ached, weak, as he asked, What do you want from me? Crete commanded, his voice authoritative. Open your mouth. His wicked face broke into a satisfied smile. Just keep up what you told my daughter. A grotesque creature crawled deep into Adele's throat, invading his sanity. Crete amplified his power, causing excruciating pain. A dark voice warned, If you have any other thoughts, this venom will tear your heart apart. Adele screamed in agony, helpless. Crete turned to leave, saying, I'll prepare a place for you. Wait until I call. Crete seemed indifferent to Adele writhing on the floor. Weak, but likely intimidated into submission, Adele was spared. Crete dismissed him. Go. Adele panted, unable to believe what had just happened. Damn it. What went down in that dark castle? He was led to a room. The subordinate said calmly, "You'll stay here from now on." Adele stood in the spacious room, pondering why he was here. "I became a vassal of this clan because of Crete's will." The subordinate bowed. "Rest well." Adele was still shaken by his survival. "Living in a comfy place like this, I'm grateful he let me live. But I feel completely used." He sat on the bed, pleased with his progress. "Well, Crete acknowledged me somewhat. This might actually be a good situation. But above all, that creature still lurked inside him." Adele clutched his chest, feeling the alien life. He resolved, "I have to get rid of this thing." Determined, he thought, "It has to work." After using his power to expel the creature, he shouted joyfully, "It worked! Just as I thought, it's mindless." Seeing the creature still asleep, oblivious, he mused, "If I kill it, he'll know right away. So what do I do now?" Adele flinched as the creature opened its eyes. He realized, "It woke up because I cut off the mana supply from my body." Quickly, he dripped a bit of his blood to it. "Eat this." As it reveled in the mana, he said helplessly, "So I have no choice but to pacify it like this." He urged, "Go back to sleep already." Exhausted, Adele collapsed onto the soft bed, sighing, "Finally, I can relax. I don't know how much of the trap in my body I've removed. I'm about to pass out." His status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaotic. Talent, swap 1, level 2. Trait, roleplay enthusiasm. Attributes, enthusiasm, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride eye. Mana, 341, reduced to 241. Studying the numbers, Adele checked carefully. "I should make sure." After reviewing, he was satisfied. Swap 1 leveled up to 2. But the mana's the issue. Compared to the protagonists, it's a grain of sand in a desert. How do I increase it? After pondering, he found a solution. Right? There's that way. Renee appeared with a cold, dark, lifeless expression, saying, "I don't like it." Adele, confused, asked, "Huh?" He thought helplessly. "It's been 3 days since I was assigned as Renee's guard." He followed her, observing. She always reacted coldly. Watching her back, he reflected. As a kid, she was radiant, but after losing her mother to humans, she changed. As the author, I feel guilty. From a distance, a man shouted, "Renee, the clan head's calling both of you." Adele flinched, likely still traumatized from before. Following the call, he and Renee stood before Crete. He realized, the clan head summoned us about Renee entering Sidan. Though Renee hoped to go after succeeding in the domain raid, Crete refused. He explained calmly, "Sidan isn't easy. With your skills, you'll die without properly avenging your mother." Renee's terrifying energy made Adele shiver. He regretted, "I shouldn't be here." Crete continued, "However, if you take Adele as your guard, I'll let you go." Both were stunned, unable to believe it. Renee shook her head, refusing, "No." Adele thought, "Does she hate me that much?" He recalled, Sidan is the Demon Realm's academy, gathering promising kids. They constantly clash with the Royal Academy, where the protagonists study. In that setting, many students, including Renee, died. It's the worst place, where death's a ticking time bomb. Seeing Renee's resolute expression, Adele wondered, why she's so determined to go there. But he dismissed his initial thought, replacing it with conviction. "No, it's the best place to gather forces. I know most major events between the Royal Academy and Sidan." A bold idea sparked. "Yeah, let's try it." He quickly accepted Crete's request, adding, "I have one condition." Facing Crete's stern expression, Adele hesitated. "If I'm getting dragged into this, I should grab what I can." He stated clearly, "I request something related to mana." Crete laughed gleefully, as if he'd already won. "Oh, I thought you'd ask me to remove that thing." Adele trembled, fearing his secret about the venom creature was exposed. Luckily, Crete hadn't noticed it was gone. Renee eyed him suspiciously. Crete agreed instantly. "Arrogant bastard, it's not a tough request. I'll hear you out." Crete ordered Renee, "You may go." Renee bowed respectfully, "Yes." She headed for the door but glanced back, her deadly gaze fixed on Adele. Feeling her terrifying power, he thought, does she hate the idea of going with me that much? Only Adele and Crete remained. He wondered, what'll he give me? A mana potion? An artifact wouldn't be bad. Crete spoke. This is an heirloom that clan members might react strongly to, so I sent my daughter away. Adele was surprised. A family heirloom? Crete unleashed his power. I know your man is low. You might die in my daughter's place, so I'll do this much for you. His eerie voice rang. Come closer. I'll pass down the Bears clan's mana cultivation technique. Adele was shocked to learn the clan's secret, a mana cultivation technique. Crete's voice echoed through the room. O demon god, grant this servant clarity in the chaotic flow. Bestow upon us just trials, and let not thousands of demons starve. But do not subject us to temptation. If you do, your name shall be glorified. Adele, his mind gripped by the power, knelt reverently before Crete. Crete, pleased with his submission, said, an ordinary person would lose their mind hearing that incantation. You're truly intriguing. With this cultivation technique, mana will be granted directly by the demon god, and you'll achieve what you desire. Adele resisted, panicking internally. Demon god. Crete continued. However, it seems your clan is tied to the 7 sins. Adele, confused, replied, yes? Crete flashed a sinister grin, sneering, but now that I've planted the venom creature in you, it doesn't matter if you're a spy. Adele's face turned blank. The information I wrote. Is the Adele clan linked to the 7 sins? I don't remember setting that up. Crete commanded. You may go. Adele responded, yes, sir. In the refreshing air of the forest, Adele practiced cultivation. He decided, I'll train here since my mana could go out of control. He adapted to the dark energy surging within. Oh, demon god, he realized. Once I accept the demon god's dark energy, I can't use human mana anymore. I don't have any other choice. A chilling voice rang out. You filthy mongrel. Adele, startled by what appeared before him, stammered, Don't tell me that creature's alive. It spoke. I didn't think you carried that child's blood. You seem to carry the blood of a vile traitor. Adele, stunned by the immense energy, asked, Are you the demon god? The voice replied, Indeed, it seems the world calls me the god of pride. Adele asked, expecting the worst. Are you going to kill me? The entity explained, If I wanted you dead, you'd have died the moment you spoke. For some reason, I don't wish to kill you. You seem consumed by the same sin as I. I feel a strange kinship with you. I'll grant you a mark. You, who walk my path. This mark proves you can wield the power of I, the prideful traitor. Ensure your pride doesn't cloud your judgment. Adele raised his hand, feeling the power absorb, his mind reeling. I've borrowed a demon god's strength. Looks like I've gained 3 extra lives with this mark. But it's a tattoo. Soon, my whole body will be covered in ink. Unbeknownst to him, someone witnessed everything from behind a tree. Sensing a presence, he turned and saw Renee's silhouette. He panicked. Why is she here? Was she eavesdropping? Renee suddenly called. Dark priest. Adele was shocked. What? A month had passed since he received the demon god's mark. He checked his status. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaotic. Talent, swap 2. Trait, roleplay enthusiasm. Attributes, enthusiasm, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride I. Mana, 3,110,035. Adele, thrilled, thought. I trained hard. My mana tripled in such a short time, probably thanks to the enthusiasm and focus attributes. In a few years, I could surpass the heirs of the 6 great clans in the human world. With my current strength, I could even conquer that hidden domain. Looking at Renee, he sighed. But first, why is she training in front of my place instead of the training grounds? He called out, catching her attention. Pardon, my lady. Renee bowed respectfully. Yes. He thought, it's good she's not avoiding me anymore, but I think she's mistaken me for a priest. In this world, only dark priests could commune with demon gods. Better hope she didn't hear what I said to the demon god. But if she treats me as superior, bad rumors will spread in the clan. He spoke, my lady. She replied instantly, yes. Adele carefully said, my lady, what are you thinking? I'd like you to treat me as you did before. Renee hesitated, but, he continued, I'm only following the clan head's orders to protect you. Please be at ease with me. She paused, then turned, ordering, get me some water. Adele blinked, huh? Renee stopped. You said to act casually. I'm tired and thirsty after training. He thought he'd succeeded, but something felt off. As expected from the prideful clan, she switches attitudes fast. Renee urged loudly, "Hurry up." He replied, "Yes, ma'am." Adele resignedly accepted. "Guess I have to do whatever she asks." Standing beside Renee, gripping his sharp sword, he thought, "I need to conquer that domain fast. But Renee won't leave me alone, so I barely have time. I have to act before the protagonists reach the demon realm ahead of me. I need that treasure to survive Saitan." He called, "My lady," then carefully asked, "How's your preparation for enrolling at Saitan?" Renee, surprised, asked, "Why the sudden question?" He explained to avoid suspicion, "Because you'll face all sorts of nasty people there. I'm just worried about you." She replied absently, "I've packed everything I need." He pressed, "Are you sure?" As she stuffed items into a bag, she casually asked, "Why don't you go double-check for me?" He persuaded, "If you later realize you forgot something important, I don't want you to be in trouble." Renee eyed him suspiciously, cutting to the chase. "What are you getting at? Spit it out." Adele quickly denied, scrambling, "I'm just saying this out of concern. I'm your escort, after all." She saw through him, exclaiming, "Liar! Where are you sneaking off to behind my back?" Adele cursed inwardly. Damn it! She didn't fall for it. Renee's voice turned grim. "Do you hate me?" Adele swore silently. "Damn." He scrambled to explain. "Actually, I heard there's a domain around here, so I plan to conquer it. Please understand, it's for your safety." In his head, he begged, "Please buy this excuse." After a tense silence, Renee said, "Now I remember what I forgot." Adele, overjoyed, seized the chance. "Then why not go back?" She cut him off. "Get ready." Her words hit like a bucket of ice water. Adele asked mechanically, "Pardon, what do you mean?" Drawing his sword, he said, "I haven't warmed up yet." Renee replied instantly, "I'll go with you to that domain. If it's nearby, we can finish it today, right?" Adele, flustered, stammered, My lady." Renee barked, "Hurry up, where's this domain?" Her menacing presence radiated death. Adele said, "Huh, it's the immortal domain." The immortal domain was once ruled by necromancers, but now it teemed with soldiers turned into vengeful spirits. After the necromancers were wiped out in the war between humans and demons, the place fell into ruin. After a moment of silence, Renee said softly, "I know that place well." Just mentioning the domain's name made her uneasy. It's at least a mid to high tier domain. By now, the number of soldiers has probably grown. Adele thought, having Renee's help isn't bad, but moving together makes escaping the estate harder. If our escape gets exposed, Crete will hear about it instantly. After some thought, he reassured her, "Lady Renee, if it's too much, maybe you shouldn't come." He added, "If the clan head finds out you left without permission," before he could finish, Renee replied, "It's fine." She continued, "I know a secret exit." With that, Renee led Adele through the forest's edge to the ruins of an ancient wall. She pointed to a low archway near the ground, almost hidden by thick green grass, and said, "Here." Adele praised, "You seem familiar with this place, huh?" He thought, "Looks like she sneaks out often." He urged Renee, "Let's go before we're spotted." She nodded, "All right." After passing through the shortcut, a majestic mountain range loomed before them, towering into the sky. Below lay barren, rocky ground, with a cold, eerie atmosphere enveloping the landscape. After looking around, Adele asked, "My lady, how much farther?" Renee didn't answer immediately, turning to him with a cold, unreadable expression. Seeing this, he quickly explained, "I don't have much reason to leave the estate, so I'm not familiar with the terrain between us." Only then did she reply, "We're almost there, just over that ridge." After a long, silent trek through mountains and hills, Adele broke the quiet. We must be close, right?" Renee, still cold, replied curtly, "Yeah." Finally, they reached the domain. Adele said, "Looks like we're here." The scene outside was desolate. Crumbled walls scattered everywhere, the ground barren of any plant life. Witnessing the devastation, Renee muttered angrily, "Damn those Cerberus spawn." Adele thought, "She probably means bastards. I have to hide my Arson bloodline from her at all costs." He added, "I'm the only one who knows the way into the domain." After scouting, he told Renee, I think we can enter by digging here. She nodded. Okay. Beneath the largest stone statue lay rotting soldiers guarding the land. After digging, a hatch to the immortal domain appeared, adorned with intricate ancient symbols and patterns. Adele concluded, definitely the entrance. Adele offered, I'll lead the way. But Renee refused. No, I'll go first. Inside, a brightly lit corridor greeted them. Adele remarked, it's brighter in here than I expected. Standing before an ancient, gloomy castle, Renee announced, that's it. We're at the right place. Adele thought, this is on a whole different level from the bear's domain. I bet there are at least 100 new graves here. Renee signaled, let's go. Adele replied, got it. As they moved, the ground swarmed with skeletal soldiers controlled by dark magic, clawing their way up. Ambushed, Adele said to Renee, my lady, I'll leave this to you. She agreed, fine. With that, Renee charged in, slashing through the surrounding enemies. Watching her dive into battle, Adele thought. As expected, teaming up with her was the right call. He shouted, there's got to be a necromancer controlling them at the end of this horde. I'll catch up soon. As Renee cut down the skeletal soldiers, they instantly resurrected. Renee, uneasy, said, they're coming back? Not far from the chaos, the mastermind manipulated the horde via a magical orb, sneering, you've got guts coming here. He commanded, eliminate the intruders. Destroy the enemy. Yet they kept reviving. Renee, frustrated, asked, they keep coming back. What do we do? Adele ran to her, shouting, it's that mage. He added, don't stop. Keep moving, my lady. Renee reacted, what? A skeletal soldier lunged. Adele dispatched one, suggesting, I've got a way to clear these guys easily. Without needing further explanation, Renee said, got it. Together, they charged toward the lead mage. He ordered his spectral soldiers to block them. Adele yelled, we just need to get close to him. Adele thought, it'll be over once we destroy that mage's orb. Finally, I can use Swap 2's new ability. A giant skeletal soldier appeared, advancing to attack. Adele grimaced, this won't be easy. He shouted, Lady Renee, charge. Renee sliced through the giant skeleton, shattering it into pieces. Seizing the moment, Adele and Renee executed their plan to take down the mage. Swap 2 targeted. Adele teleported, thinking, Swap 2 S new ability swaps objects with each other. Swap 2 activated. The skeleton panicked as the orb vanished. With the new function, Adele snatched the magical orb into his hand. Got it. The lead mage screamed. No. Adele smashed the orb into fragments. Without it, the mage lost all his magic. He disintegrated, roaring, this can't be. After he vanished completely, Adele cheered. We did it, my lady. Renee, still catching her breath, replied softly. Yeah. The sound of fading spirits suddenly echoed. Thank you. Looking around, Adele thought, this tragedy, it's all because of what I wrote. Please rest in peace. Unexpectedly, Renee asked, Adele, anything else to do? He grinned. Yeah, time to claim the reward. Before them, not far off, stood an ancient chest. Adele beamed. Finally, I've got the item I need. Shadow Fong, a dagger forged from the dark iron of the demon realm. It converts darkness into mana, enhancing sharpness and speed in the dark. Eternal Full Moon, an artifact ring that absorbs and senses mana along with moonlight. Adele marveled. Wow, with this dagger, I can maximize my darkness attribute. The ring, it's nice, but I don't really need it. He turned to ask, Lady Renee, why don't you take the ring? I'll take the dagger. Renee nodded. Fine. Adele continued. All right, then let me. With that, he gently slipped the ring onto Renee's finger. Instantly, she pulled her hand back, her face flushing red. Adele thought, why'd she react like that? Does putting on a ring mean something to demons? He asked, what do you think? Renee, flustered, replied, it's great. Adele grinned, glad you like it. Then, sitting by the chest brimming with gold coins, he said, now, since I took down the boss, I'll take all the gold. Renee's sword was at his throat in a flash. Adele backpedaled. I mean, we'll split it evenly, down to the last coin. After clearing the domain, they returned to the estate. Adele spent his time running errands for Renee, or training his mana. A month later, his status window appeared. Race, half-demon. Alignment, chaotic. Talent, swap 2. Trait, roleplay enthusiasm. Attributes, enthusiasm, focus, killing intent, darkness, mana control, pride eye. Mana, 1, 0, 35, 1297. Adele, pleased, noted. Almost 1,300 mana. That's mid-tier in the demon realm. I've made solid progress. Days later, Crete summoned Adele and Renee. At the estate, Renee's father stood before them, his voice stern. It's time for you to enter Citan. The moment has come. He continued. Today, you'll head to the capital to enroll in the academy. Crete asked, are you prepared? Adele and Renee answered in unison, yes, sir. Hearing this, he said, go. I don't think farewells are necessary. Renee, silent and somber, bowed and left. Adele obeyed. I'll depart with the lady now, sir. Crete added privately. Adele, I expect you to do well. Adele replied politely, yes, sir. Outside, a carriage awaited. They set off immediately. Adele glanced at Crete, thinking, he said he wouldn't see us off, but maybe demons feel something for their kids too. He told himself, I'm nervous about the future, but it's come to this. I'll achieve my goals at Citan. In the carriage, Adele noticed. She hasn't said a word since we left. Did I mess up? Renee, silently assessing, thought. At first, I didn't like him because he seemed shady, but he's better looking than I thought. Sensing the awkward silence, Adele tried. Haha, nice weather today, huh? Renee mused. His actions and words lack weight, and his strength is far from what's needed. Is he really a priest? She reassured herself. Stupid. I saw him talk to the demon god. Why doubt it? Adele wondered. Why is she staring at me? Did I screw up? Renee, eyes fixed on the ring, turned away shyly, thinking, the eternal vow. That's what it means when someone of the opposite sex puts a ring on your finger in the demon realm. He did it so casually. What vow did he make? I'm so curious. Adele spoke. My lady, we'll arrive in an hour, earlier than expected, right? Renee glanced at him, then turned away. Okay. Adele pressed. My lady, did I do something wrong? Renee replied, I want a nap. He said, all right. Finally, they arrived. Adele looked around, thinking, so this is the demon realm's capital? It's not much different from the human world, with a medieval vibe. Though, there are differences, like some people with horns and other physical traits. He noticed an elite demon. He's got a tattoo on his neck, like mine. Seeing Adele distracted, Renee snapped. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. Adele stammered. Yes, my lady. He asked, where to now? Renee answered, the entrance exam is at noon in 2 days. We need to register first. Adele suggested eagerly. If it's in 2 days, how about we explore the capital until then? Renee replied coldly, not interested. Her curt response wiped the smile off Adele's face. He tried, my lady, maybe you. Renee cut him off. We don't have time. Let's register. Adele thought. Didn't her past involve never leaving home since her mom died? Man, I can't figure her out. Admiring Citan's campus, he marveled. So this is Citan? It's huge, 3 times the size of a normal university. From ahead, a proctor announced, you're registered, come back in 2 days. Adele's turn came, and he said, we're here to register for admission. The proctor scrutinized him, asking, what's with you? Adele blinked, huh? The man continued, you don't look like a demon. Gripping his pen tightly, he snapped, a half-demon dares to apply? He shouted, we may have lost the war, but what do you think this place is? Hearing the harsh words, Adele thought, I see a grim future ahead. The registrar, furious, didn't hesitate to insult Adele to his face. Because of filthy half-breeds like you. Renee's voice cut in. What's going on here? She approached the registration desk. Adele turned to her, embarrassed, while the registrar, taken aback, looked up at her and exclaimed, oh, those horns. This intake is extraordinary. I never expected to see a child of the Seven Sins clan. He softened his tone. If you're a candidate, please state your clan and identity. Renee calmly introduced herself. Bear's clan, Renee. She emphasized to the registrar. And this is my escort, who will enroll with me. He reluctantly filled out the form, grumbling. Humph. A half-demon as an escort? The Seven Sins clan has really lowered its standards. Renee didn't let him finish, interrupting with a surge of killing intent. That's enough. She drew her sword, glaring. I won't stand by while you insult the Bears clan. Panicked, he backtracked, muttering. Ahem, we don't discriminate against candidates, so forget what I said. He spoke loudly. Please state your clan and identity. Adele replied, Adele clan. The registrar completed the process, reminding them, registration done. Attend the entrance exam on the scheduled date. Adele thought. In the human-demon war, half-demons were stronger and fought for humans, so it's natural they'd resent us. I'm pissed, but there's nothing I can do. The two left, but Renee was still fuming over the incident. Adele soothed. All right, Lady Renee, let's find a place to stay. They headed to a nearby inn. Adele remarked, this place looks pretty clean. But Renee disagreed. Unimpressed, the inns here are so outdated. Adele comforted. Can't help it, we're short on cash. He thought. The 10 gold coins Crete gave us barely cover a month for two. With the war's aftermath, the Bears clan is broke, so I can't expect more. Turning to Renee, he smiled. Shall we head inside? The door opened, and a greeting rang out. Renee glanced around. Adele asked the innkeeper warmly. Any rooms for 2 people for 2 days? The innkeeper replied, yes. Adele added, will you two share a room? Renee flinched, blushing, and quickly refused. No. Please give us 2 separate rooms. Embarrassed, she avoided eye contact. The innkeeper, surprised, said, oh, all right. He handed over the keys, explaining. 2 rooms for 2 days, meals included, 2 gold coins total. Rooms are on the 2nd floor. Adele paid, thinking, that's about 200,000 in human currency, not bad. Renee hurried upstairs. I'm going up. Adele watched her, nodding. I'll bring the luggage later. Rest well, Lady Renee. She turned. All right, you two. Watching her back, Adele thought. She's always lived in a grand estate. This is probably her first time in a place like this. She'll get used to it soon. As dusk fell, the sky darkened. Adele thought. Time to rest for the next 2 days. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the academy's windows, the sky clear and blue. A guard shouted, candidates, enter and follow instructions. Adele and Renee joined the bustling crowd. He looked around. So many people, maybe at least 100? As everyone gathered, Adele worried. I didn't expect so many candidates aiming to defeat humans. I need to be careful not to reveal my identity. An announcement rang out. From now on, present your identification and board the train in order. Adele was surprised. Train? A train roared in. The crowd gasped. Adele marveled. A train. Didn't see that coming. The train sped through a mystical space. They said multiple maze-like spatial gates were set up to block intruders, and only the train could reach Saitan. Both boarded. Adele exclaimed, I didn't expect the massive fortress we saw outside to be just a part. How big is this place? The train's speed was intense, and they clung to their seats. An announcement blared. We're approaching Saitan. Brace yourselves. Adele, awestruck, said, the grandeur of this academy is unreal. He told Renee, we're finally here. She replied simply, yeah. The train stopped inside the academy. Adele carefully helped Renee off. An announcement followed. Candidates, follow instructions and proceed to the hall where the exam will take place. Everyone hurried through a massive door. Standing in the grand hall, Adele looked up, thinking, wow, it's huge, so overwhelming. He scanned the crowd, mostly young demons. Any other Seven Sins clan heirs here? Suddenly, 3 figures in distinct attire appeared. A man with purple hair and a large sword at his waist looked ferocious. People only dared to glance. Adele thought, they're not students. Their outfits suggest they're instructors. He grinned. If I make a good impression on them, life here will be easier, huh? But Renee said, time's up. Adele blinked, confused. The massive door that had just opened slammed shut. The crowd gasped. The light dimmed, and all looked up. Adele sweated, thinking, it's clearly daytime. What's this magical effect? What's the exam like? A sinister voice boomed. Silence. No one moved. High above the hall, light illuminated a figure. A menacing red eye and a long symbol stretched from their neck to their face. They looked down, sneering. Welcome to Saitan, You pathetic fools, they threatened. Let's see, so many eager to die this year. Everyone trembled. Adele shook, thinking, unbelievable, their voice alone carries such pressure. The figure laughed wickedly, a powerful light glowing around them. Enough chit-chat, they roared. The entrance exam begins now. A blinding green light surged, flooding the hall with overwhelming force. People staggered. Adele called out anxiously, Lady Renee. She focused on staying balanced, saying, focus on the exam. This wasn't ordinary light. Some clutched their throats, writhing, gasping, and collapsing. Adele gritted his teeth, enduring. The two oddly dressed figures from earlier observed, unfazed by the screaming candidates. The short-haired one chuckled. The headmaster's taste is so bizarre, don't you think? The purple-haired man replied, well, no matter how talented, a weak spirit is useless. The light's creator, Headmaster Lucian, personally oversaw the exam's first phase, a mental endurance test. It checked if candidates could withstand torture and keep secrets if captured by humans. The purple-haired man noted, 5 minutes in, almost no one standing. The short-haired one said, except those 8, everyone's down. I had high hopes with so many candidates, but the purple-haired man focused. Well, 40% lasted over 5 minutes, more than last time. That's a relief. They noticed those unaffected. The man remarked, I heard there's a 7 Sins clan heir this time. Looks like the rumor's true. The purple-haired man suddenly spotted Adele, trembling and barely standing. Who's that kid? He doesn't look like a 7 Sins heir. The short-haired one laughed, right? Yet he stayed conscious for nearly 10 minutes. The short-haired one added, but he won't last much longer. Adele was about to collapse. Suddenly, the purple-haired man sensed something. Wait, something's off. Terrifying black energy surged from Adele. Both men were stunned. Headmaster Lucian, shocked, stared at Adele. Too dangerous. There's another presence within him. The purple-haired man drew his sword without hesitation. We have to kill him right here. He didn't seem like anything special. The purple-haired man glanced at Adele, who was panting heavily, but suddenly the aura around him shifted, startling the man. What's that? A cold-blooded killing intent. The chilling killing intent enveloping Adele terrified everyone, akin to the casual act of plucking a flower or crushing an insect. It wasn't the primal bloodlust of a beast, but the calculated malice of the most ruthless killers. Instantly, every instructor's attention locked onto him. The purple-haired man's body reacted before his mind, drawing his sword. Headmaster Lucian glanced at him, sensing his intent, a flicker of concern in her eyes. The purple-haired man thought, damn it, I'm actually nervous facing a new candidate. The short-haired man beside him turned, offering a knowing smile. The new students were collapsing on the floor. Adele trembled, struggling to stay upright, his mind on the verge of breaking. I'm about to lose it. I need to find a way to endure. He gritted his teeth, thinking, wait, what if I use my own killing intent? It might be enough to counter her aura. Knowing he was at his limit, Adele took a gamble. I've got no other choice. He roared, his eyes turning red, the killing intent around him blazing crimson. Headmaster Lucian turned toward Adele. You're holding up well. Should I crank up the intensity a bit? A sinister presence nearly overtook him, just a moment away. Adele's crimson killing intent surged, resisting the headmaster's invasive aura. Lucian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Adele, gasping, said, I'm getting my strength back. I can stand straight now. Feels great, so much better. Adele quickly turned to Renee. Right? How's Renee doing? She seemed barely affected, standing firm. He thought, she's holding up well, as expected. Scanning the others still standing, he noticed the 7 Sins clan heirs also enduring. A man with golden eyes, the heir of envy, Baltan. A girl with 2 horns on her forehead, the heir of lust. A green-eyed guy, the heir of gluttony, Samuel. A mysterious man, the heir of sloth, Aaron. A burly man, the heir of faith, Goer. Looking at Renee's back, Adele thought, these 6, including Renee, were characters I crafted with genuine care, but fatefully, they're all killed by the protagonists. He frowned, suddenly spotting a familiar figure, long white hair, a girl with red eyes and a brown thorn crown. Adele was stunned. No mistaking it. The girl with blazing red eyes, unaffected by the headmaster's power. She's the future demon king, the worst villain in the demon realm, the heir of wrath. Dien. An announcement rang out. All right, the first round is over. Adele focused, thinking. The demon king always comes from the Wrath clan, so there's no reason for her to be here. The demon king's successor at Sidan as a candidate? What don't I know? Someone shouted, catching Adele's attention. I failed? Impossible. The purple-haired man stood with arms crossed as students protested. What kind of exam is this? Don't touch me. Do you know who my father is? A massive hand gripped the student's face. The purple-haired man glared. I don't care what your father does, got it? The student trembled. The man released him, stating bluntly, don't make me repeat myself. The student collapsed to the ground. The man declared loudly, those who couldn't last 5 minutes in the first test don't belong here. Failures, you're out. An announcement followed, close the gates. Adele smiled with relief, Satan's ruthless. Lucky I passed. He glanced at the headmaster, thinking, that woman's the headmaster of Sidan. I knew it. I've seen her somewhere. He assessed, despite her cute appearance, she's one of the strongest in the demon realm. Lucian, Satan's headmaster, gripping her sword tightly. I got through the first round, but I need to be cautious, as I could fail any time. Few will pass the second test. Murmurs rose. Adele turned, hearing, you're Renee, the combat genius of the Bears clan, right? Renee stood there, people around her whispering and staring. Adele thought, Renee's famous, huh? An orange-haired guy with an arrogant expression was surrounded by others. Adele mused. Makes sense, since there's 7 Sins clan heirs who withstood the headmaster's overwhelming killing intent. He teared up, but why's no one noticing me? 2 figures behind him eyed Adele, judging. Renee approached. You passed too, huh? Adele replied, yes, I did. He thought, I should be glad I made an impression as more than an ordinary candidate. The instructors and headmaster will definitely remember me. The purple-haired man shouted, attention. Everyone snapped to focus. He announced, I'll introduce myself. I'm Aries, the instructor tasked with training you. But students sweated, thinking, he looks like he carries a sashimi knife in his pocket. Aries turned. Congratulations on passing the first test of mental strength. It checked if you could stay sane under human torture in the future. The lust heir, arms crossed, smirked. Aries continued. The 8 who lasted until the end get bonus points. Perform well in the second test, and you'll access the armory. Adele rejoiced. The armory. Thank God I lasted. But he felt envious glares radiating killing intent. Aries announced, now, I'll explain the second test. Renee listened intently. Aries said, in the second test, you'll showcase your abilities. Specifically, you'll show us your talents and weapons to fight humans. Your class assignment may depend on this test. Keep that in mind. Adele thought. He means we'll be placed in classes based on our weapons and talents. Still, what kind of humans will we face? Aries raised his hand, casting a spell, shouting, the task for the second test, and the humans you'll face, are these. A small green light appeared, swirling into a massive vortex. A figure emerged, adorned with a fox head on their chest, wielding a long, sharp sword. Everyone, including Adele, gasped, wait, isn't that the strongest hero of the 6 great clans, Cell? The resolute face of a legend. Adele was stunned. Why is that human here? What a coincidence. But Renee remained calm, turning to ask, Adele, do you know who that is? He thought, of course I know. That's Cells, head of the Cells clan, closely tied to the protagonist in the original story. Not just close. His bloodline was destined from birth, the father of the protagonist, the Sword Saint. I created the strongest clan purely through talent. 2 guys nearby whispered, that's the Sword Saint. Aren't they trying to eliminate us from the start? Adele glanced around, thinking, others recognize him too. Well, he did defeat plenty of demon clans. Instructor Aries casually explained. Of course, we don't expect you to face the Sword Saint's full power. He'll use at most 10% of his strength. Everyone listened. Renee turned. Isn't 10% too easy? Adele smirked. Not at all. Even weakened, a monster's still a monster. He eyed the Sword Saint warily. 10% of his power could level a city. I wonder how this batch will survive this brutal test. An idea struck. There's gotta be a passing standard. I'd use the info scroll if I could, but we're low on cash, and questions are limited. The instructor announced, at your current level, you can't face him alone, so you'll be split into teams of 4. For fairness, the 8 top performers from the first test will be separated, and the rest randomly assigned. Adele mused. The 8 top performers include the 7 sins, heirs, and me. Guess I'm getting a boost. Renee drew admiring glances from male students, but she ignored them. Adele thought, those looks again. I'm used to it now. In contrast, Adele faced hostile stares. They're acting like I got lucky while the rest are trash? A small hand touched him. Renee? She whispered. Pass and come back safely. Adele smiled. Yes, I wish you luck too, Lady Renee. An announcement rang out. Now, I'll call names. Starting with Group 1. Adele's group was announced. Group 33. Leader, Adele. Members, Kina, Chris, Sanchez. He joined his team, thinking, I don't recognize these names. Are they minor characters with little relevance in the original story? Adele introduced himself warmly. I'm Adele. Nice to meet you all. A white-haired boy eagerly said. Hey, I'm Chris, and this is Kina. The blonde girl waved. Hi. The last member looked annoyed. Chris added, and that's Sanchez. Sanchez glared at Adele, scoffing. A half-demon as leader? An insult to my clan. Adele clenched his teeth, frustrated. Even nobody's looked down on me. Insulting his clan? Does he think he's a 7 sins heir? He turned to the others. Whatever. Let's do our best. He took charge. First, we need to assign roles. Share your weapons or abilities. Chris, you start. Chris showcased his skill. My ability is mana transformation. I can form triangular prisms, turning them into armor or swords. He demonstrated fluidly. It's not high damage, but very versatile. Adele nodded. Not bad at all. You're good. Next, Kina. Kina chirped. I'm not great at fighting. More of a support type. Adele asked, support, huh? She clasped her hands, casting. I pray to the demon god to boost allies' speed. A faint magic aura appeared. Kina panted. Huff, how's that? Feel lighter. Adele shrugged. I guess so. Kina fumed. You're awful. Adele backtracked. Haha. Kidding. Don't be upset. But he thought, better than nothing. But it's so weak I barely felt it. Honestly, how did she pass the first test? He turned to Sanchez. Lastly, you? Sanchez activated his skill, smugly showing off. My ability is hardening. Adele grinned. Perfect for the front line. Sanchez snapped. Your turn. In a flash, Adele vanished, reappearing beside Sanchez, startling him. Adele said, instant teleportation, that's my ability. He lightly gripped his sword. Sanchez paled. Kina and Chris cheered. Whoa, awesome. Instant teleportation, so cool. Adele laughed. Haha, thanks. But he thought, still, who knows what variables we'll face. I won't reveal all the details yet. Adele assigned roles. Simple. Chris and Sanchez, good at defense, take the front. I'll be in the middle. Kina supports from the back. Everyone okay with that? Kina agreed. Sounds good. Sanchez stayed silent. An announcement blared. We'll begin the second test. Each group, prepare. Adele turned. It's finally starting. The instructor shouted. Group 1, step up. Adele watched. Even facing the Sword Saint, their eyes burn with fighting spirit. The Sword Saint swung his blade, and with one move, Group 1 was sent flying. A member took a hit to the stomach, collapsing and groaning. Adele was shocked. I didn't even see him move. Is that really just 10% of his power? The instructor called. Next, Group 2. Like Group 1, Group 2 was struck down. The crowd grew anxious. Group 3. Group 4 step up. 2 members of Group 4 approached the instructor, saying, It's pointless. We'll definitely lose. Aries paused, then said, Fine. You 2 can skip the test. The other 2, will you continue? One replied, Yes, we'll try. Adele sensed. They're actually going for it? I get it. The condition to pass the second test is probably. Chris gasped, What? They don't have to take the test. Adele smirked. Of course not. The remaining 2 members of Group 4 prepared. The instructor shouted, Group 4, begin. Adele watched, thinking, 2 people can't handle 90 cells. Let's see a bit more. As expected, with one swing, the Sword Saint sent both flying. One screamed in pain. Adele sighed. If he'd used real sword aura, they'd be sliced in half. Chris panicked. Can we really beat a monster like that? Sanchez boasted. Humph, you're really scared of a mere human? Adele glanced at Sanchez, grinning. I can hear his legs shaking from here. With one strike, the Sword Saint defeated Group 5, leaving them sprawled. Group 9 faced a tougher fight. Adele thought, Group 10, step up. They forfeited. Renee watched, expressionless. Groups 20 and 30 were called, step up. Adele mused. Up to Group 30, 5 groups have quit. Not one has landed an effective hit on the Sword Saint. The next group took formation, fighting fiercely against an invincible foe, with no restriction on withdrawing mid-battle. One student blocked a strike with their sword. Chris gaped. Whoa, he blocked it. Adele stayed silent. The later groups are lasting longer. Their skills are better than the earlier ones. He eyed the Sword Saint, saying, I get it. That's the real condition to pass the second test. Sanchez shouted arrogantly. Our turn's coming. Chris replied, Yeah, I'm shaking. Adele declared, I've figured out how to pass the second test. Sanchez, surprised, asked, What do you mean? Adele grinned. The criterion is to keep fighting to the end, even if you lose to overwhelming power. Judging by how the instructors handle quitters and the Sword Saint's strength, I'm certain. Sanchez hesitated, but Instructor Aries bellowed. Next, Group 33. Adele drew his sword, smiling. Let's try beating the Sword Saint, shall we? With our strength, we can do it. Sanchez faltered. What? Kina and Chris cheered. Absolutely. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, losing's fine. Adele thought smugly. So what if I'm just a half-demon? With the talent of the ultimate villain, I can win. The group took position and Adele called. All right, let's do this. He thought. Unlike the protagonist, I don't have much info on 90 cells since I didn't detail him before. What now? He reassured his team. Don't worry. Hold your positions and fight. Chris and Sanchez nodded. Got it. I know. The Sword Saint attacked. Adele shouted. He's coming. The Sword Saint swung, shattering Chris's barrier. Chris was flung upward, crying. Arg. Kina rushed forward. Leave it to me. I'll cushion his fall. Adele worried up front. Sanchez, he's still holding position. Sanchez replied. I know. The Sword Saint struck again. Sanchez stood firm, blocking. I'm holding. Adele patted his shoulder. Nice one. Adele noticed a gap before the second strike, but hesitated. That opening's too obvious. Instinct says it's a trap. He sensed. Is he baiting us? Is someone else inside him? Adele yelled. Second strike's coming. Get in position. Chris struggled to reform his barrier. Damn it. Adele felt uneasy. Chris is at his limit. Sanchez's arms are cracking. Adele stayed calm. One hit did this? Not good. We need to hold a bit longer. The Sword Saint's next blow came. Sanchez's hardening began to fracture, barely holding. It's even stronger? Sanchez shouted at Adele. What are you waiting for? We'll die like this. Hold a bit more. Furious, Sanchez cursed. Crazy bastard. Adele calculated. We're the only team to block the second hit. Is that his plan? The Sword Saint silently observed the group. Adele realized something. Kina called. Chris. Chris. Adele rushed over. You okay? He told the trembling Chris. I know it's tough, but trust me one more time. Sanchez yelled. What are you doing, Adele? He's about to attack. Chris asked. You've got a plan, right? Adele nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, Adele shifted into the sinister form from before. I'll drive my sword through his throat. Chris and Kina gasped. The Sword Saint prepared to strike. Sanchez screamed. He's coming. Adele stood behind Sanchez, saying, Sanchez, this time you hold without Chris's barrier. Sanchez panicked. What? What do you mean? The Sword Saint attacked. Sanchez couldn't withstand it, sent flying. Adele leaped, activating Swap 2, teleporting face-to-face with the Sword Saint. As the next strike came, Swap 2 targeted. Adele jumped, swapping the Sword Saint's blade. Standing before him, Adele launched his attack. Die, 90 cells. Adele lunged forward like lightning. Instructor Aries frowned, watching intently. Renee instinctively followed his movements. The Sword Saint's knee slammed into Adele's chest, but a barrier softened the blow. Blood sprayed onto the floor. Adele endured the pain. This bastard. I've got to push through one more time. He dodged, activating his darkness attribute. A black vortex enveloped them. Inside, Adele thought, without Chris's barrier, I'd be obliterated. The position swap failed, but at least I've trapped him. Ahead was the Sword Saint's silhouette in pitch-black darkness, devoid of light. Adele grimaced, but I have Shadow Fong. In this space, it's stronger than any weapon. Positioning behind the Sword Saint, he thought. I'll defeat him with everything I've got. The Sword Saint sensed him, spinning toward Adele, catching him off guard. With blinding speed, he charged, fist raised. Adele thought, this guy's a monster. Adele spread his arms, one eye glowing red. He smirked. The sword in his hand suddenly appeared elsewhere, behind the Sword Saint. Adele raised his hand before him. This time, you're the one trapped, Sword Saint. Not just one, countless swords materialized in the space. Adele clenched his fist, Shadow Fong activating, dark sword dance. A barrage of blades shot forward, relentlessly striking the Sword Saint. Outside, everyone fixated on the vortex. Chris worried. What the hell's happening in there? Instructor Aries said calmly, it's about to end. The vortex began to dissipate. Adele stood there, unscathed. As it fully vanished, the Sword Saint collapsed, while Adele remained standing. The crowd was stunned, drawn to his satisfied expression. Adele thought, this silence. I did it. The orange-haired guy stared, exclaiming, so interesting. Chris and Kina rushed over, elated. Chris praised, that was incredible. Kina asked, how'd you pull it off? Adele smiled, thanks to everyone's teamwork. He turned to Kina, what about Sanchez? She replied, he's a bit shaken, but the instructors are helping him recover. Adele raised his sword, good to know. He approached the Sword Saint. Shall we wrap this up? Chris and Kina blinked. Wrap up? Isn't it over? The Sword Saint's leg twitched. Chris gaped. What are you doing? Adele glanced back. Well, don't we need to make sure he's really down? Instructor Aries stared. A seductive figure remarked. Humph, not bad for a half-demon. The guy beside her scoffed. But compared to you, he's nothing. She laughed. Obviously. She rambled. He's born inferior. No matter what, his true nature will show. Renee, radiating killing intent, glared at her. The woman faltered. What the hell? Who's that? Spotting the bear's clan horns, she trembled. Why's she staring like that? So scary. The crowd buzzed. As expected of a Seven Sins heir. They're in a showdown. Who'll win? The woman's zealous supporters cheered. Obviously her. That other girl's not even a side dish. She thought. I mean, maybe she's not that weak. Adele realized. Wait, isn't that Renee? Why is she so murderous? Instructor Aries called, Adele Bell. He approached, meeting Aries's gaze. Adele smiled. Yes, what's up? Aries said sternly. You really don't know? Adele shrugged. No, I don't. Aries turned to leave. From now on, I'll keep an eye on you. Adele sighed. What? I thought I'd get praise or something. Guess I need to watch Renee. She's about to fight another student. Renee seethed with killing intent toward her opponent. Adele was shocked. Wow, they're still at it. He wondered, who's that girl facing Renee? Blue eyes, long hair, a single oni horn on her forehead. She was Pronce, from the Lust clan. But why is she picking a fight with Renee here? I was too focused on the human storyline to know much about the demon world. Pronce suddenly noticed Adele watching, shouting and pointing. Hey, half-demon. Adele jolted. Huh? Why is she calling me out? Pronce declared, become my slave. Renee, overflowing with killing intent, charged. Adele yelled, Renee. She leaped, drawing the sword from her back, aiming for Pronce. Pronce frowned, staring at Renee in panic, unable to react. Terrified, she shouted, are you insane? Sensing the conflict between students, Instructor Aries swiftly bellowed, stop. Renee looked up. Aries declared, at Saitan, meaningless disputes are strictly forbidden. Pronce barely blocked Renee's strike. Aries continued, settle personal grudges outside. Adele sighed in relief. Phew. Aries stopped it. Good thing nothing escalated among the Seven Sins before the entrance ceremony. Renee sheathed her sword, turned, and walked away without a care. Pronce trembled, her head seriously messed up. Adele, sweating, approached. My lady, are you okay? Renee stared, nodding, as her group's turn was next. Adele faltered. Renee gently wiped his sweat, saying, well done. Pronce gaped. Whoa, what's your deal? Are you dating a half-demon? Adele beamed. After passing, I'm getting better treatment. He said softly. Thank you, Lady Renee. Renee eyed him. You hid your strength, didn't you? To seem weaker. Adele blinked. Huh. An announcement blared. Group 34, step up. Renee turned. I have to go. I won't tell anyone. Adele stood silent, thinking. I used all my strength to pass. Do I look that weak? She probably thinks I'm a clan priest. A voice called from behind. You, state your name. Adele startled. Me? She nodded. Yeah, you. Adele replied. I'm Adele. Pronce mused. Adele, huh? Not a bad name. He asked. Why'd you call me over? Pronce thought. You interrupted me earlier. She crossed her arms, serious. Ditch that bear's winch and serve me. Pronce said calmly. Now, witness my irresistible charm. I'll steal you and crush that girl's pride. Adele turned, uninterested. Sorry, but my lady's turn is up. Maybe next time. Pronce was stunned. Wait, hold on. It didn't work. Adele grinned. Finally, I'll see Renee's full strength. Her group looks strong. Just how powerful is she? He thought. I'm so excited. And for the other Seven Sins kids too. The Sword Saint and Renee radiated killing intent, facing each other. Adele and the crowd were awestruck. What an intense showdown, even more epic than I imagined. Renee stomped, her group calm, unfazed. The orange-haired guy laughed. She's pretty fun. Renee strode toward the Sword Saint. Adele panicked. She's going straight at him? What's she thinking? Renee locked eyes with the Sword Saint, their killing intense clashing. Silence hung. Renee erupted, and so did the Sword Saint. In a flash, they struck. Renee's slash cut through him. The crowd gasped. Not only did his sword snap, but his arm fell to the ground. Renee turned and walked away. The students roared in cheers. Instructor Aries nodded. Not bad. The crowd chanted. Renee. Renee. Adele was floored. No way. Did I see that right? She won that easily. He realized. That's why 90 cells didn't attack Renee when she approached. He sensed her power level. Pronce, standing nearby, remarked, Renee, huh? Shame I didn't see her mocked by the Sword Saint, but at least she's got the skill to face me. Adele gaped. You mean if all the Seven Sins girls teamed up, they could beat the Sword Saint? Pronce replied, What? Right now, no one can beat him. Maybe if the previous Demon King were alive. Adele pressed. But what if the kids have skills beyond 10% of his power? Pronce snapped. Are you mocking me? Anyone with eyes can see that pathetic fake. And if they exceed 10% of the real Sword Saint's power? Adele blinked, staring at the fake Sword Saint. So I struggled against a fake who's less than a tenth of the real one? I may have created this world, but I know nothing about the demon realm. He grinned. But this excitement's burning in my chest. Let's see how this plays out. An announcement rang. Next, Group 35. Only the Seven Sins remained. The test became easier for them, likely due to Renee's impact. The other kids also defeated the Sword Saint. Group 40 passed, the orange-haired guy laughing. Haha, too easy. Next was a girl. The fight so one-sided it was hard to gauge the power gap among the Seven Sins. Adele thought. Still, I know who the two strongest are, so no worries. Instructor Aries declared. The entrance exam is over. Gather before the podium. The students listened. We'll announce the second test results. Everyone who fought passed. Win or lose. Adele thought. As I suspected, quitters failed. Renee remained unfazed, unlike the jubilant crowd. Aries continued. Congratulations to those who passed. From now on, you're official Saitan members and full-fledged trainees. He warned, making students uneasy, but don't get cocky. A hellish path awaits, so grueling you'll want to quit. Finally, Aries shouted. Those who passed, gather for the entrance ceremony in 2 days. Pronce smirked at the instructor. Aries said, The 8 who defeated the Sword Saint, stay where you are. Renee turned to Adele. Why does he want us to stay? He grinned. Don't you think he's rewarding us with the armory he mentioned in the first test? Aries descended the stairs, approaching. You all performed outstandingly. As promised, I'll grant you access to the armory. The orange-haired guy raised his hand excitedly. I have a question. Aries nodded. Speak, trainee Baltan. He asked boldly. Can we take multiple weapons? Saitan's weapons sound super useful. Adele listened, thinking. That's the son of Leekin Baltan. His greed and curiosity know no bounds. He had a decent role in my novel. Aries frowned. No, multiple weapons hinder focus. You may choose only one. He instructed, we don't have much time, so no more questions. Follow me to the armory. Aries raised his hand, lightly touching the wall ahead, activating a barrier. A glowing door appeared before the students. Baltan buzzed with excitement, while Adele marveled. Now this is Citan's privilege. Whether you pick the best or worst weapon is up to you. Adele stared suspiciously. Is this really the armory? Why does the door look like a dungeon entrance? Instructor Aries beckoned, pointing, you'll enter one by one, in reverse order of the second test to prevent issues. Each will be checked upon exit. Adele frowned. Wait, so I'm last? He can do whatever he wants. The orange-haired guy buzzed with excitement. Awesome. I'm first. He approached the door, waving. I'll pick the best one. Haha. Aries snapped. Shut up and go. Renee softly told Adele, I'll choose an artifact since I already have a weapon. You. He grinned. I think I'll go for an artifact too. Pausing, Adele worried. Wait, does that mean everyone else will too? Will there be anything left by my turn? Renee looked puzzled. Aries shouted, next, get in. The orange-haired guy emerged, sporting a crown, bragging, haha. Isn't this cool? Adele eyed the two who got their desired weapons, slightly disappointed. As expected, everyone's coming out with artifacts. Should I go for armor instead? Renee nudged. Adele, it's your turn. Adele glanced at Renee, remarking, I see you chose a bracelet. Can I ask what it does? She smiled. You'll find out inside. There are descriptions. Adele blinked. Descriptions? Renee grinned. Yeah, but some items don't have them. Adele nodded. Got it. He thought, some have no descriptions? Does that mean they're worthless? I doubt it. They're kept so carefully. Adele stepped before Aries, thinking, I'm sure they're special somehow. Aries said, you're the last one. He frowned, coldly. If you've got something to say, spit it out. Adele, sweating, asked nervously, can I ask what it means if an item has no description? Aries replied, it means we haven't figured out exactly what it is. Adele perked up. So, its owner or abilities are unknown? Aries nodded. Exactly. If you're lucky, you might get something with amazing powers. If not, you could be cursed for life. Adele froze. Aries urged, we don't have time. Go. Adele stepped in eagerly. Guess going last depends on luck. The door opened. Adele entered, looking around. It's pretty bright and tidy inside. Hope nothing jumps out. He saw a glowing door ahead. Must be that way. Entering the room, he found various stored items. Adele passed a red sword. Whoa, that's wild. Then stopped at a long spear. This spear looks unique. Let's check the description. Serpent Fang Spear, a spear used by an unnamed demon to hunt soul serpents. The spirits of slain serpents reside within. With sufficient mana, 2 serpent forms appear. Adele pondered. Sounds significant, but the ability's not great. I've got my dagger, so it's not a fit. He moved on. Next weapon. Starlight Crystal, a crystal orb infused with starlight, once used by a skilled astrologer. With minimal mana, it borrows starlight to illuminate surroundings. Adele turned away. Not compatible. I use darkness. Could be a torch, but pass. Suddenly noticing something odd, Adele was drawn. Huh? Why is this spot empty? What item was here? He crouched to read. Great Crown of the Victor. Grants the wearer extraordinary recovery and stamina, bound to its owner until death. Adele frowned. That's what Baltan's wearing. That greedy bastard. He sighed. I removed bound items from my novel, yet here's one. Adele scanned. Most good artifacts are gone, just empty cases. Serpent chains, war banner of the demon general, badge of the noble elite, all gone. Adele shouted, Ark, nothing left. He paused, thinking, the 7 sins took most of the good stuff. What now? He had a lone sword. Most armor and weapons aren't great. No choice left. But what if it's a cursed relic? Adele had an idea. Right, I can do that. He grabbed paper and pen. I need to save gold, but I'll use it now. He wrote, tell me about the broken sword with no description in the armory. Payment, a relic-grade treasure or 100 gold coins. He recalled, wait, an old item in an unmarked case. Tell me about the new scroll beside it. Payment, at least 50 gold coins. Adele sweated, realizing 50 gold? Since it lists costs, I'll pick the priciest. He strategized, there are 7 unmarked cases in this row. I'll ask in order. He wrote, a blue-eyed falcon with no description. Tell me about the Blackstone falcon. Payment, at least 1 gold coin. Adele frowned. Only 1 gold? It swaps the owner's luck with another's misfortune. He perked up. Whoa, that's it. Next. He wrote, next item, payment, at least 100 gold. At least 50 gold. Adele panted, holding the paper, moving to the next case, hesitating, none stand out, only 2 left. He wrote, describe a strange weapon. It's at least a mythical grade artifact. Payment, at least 300 gold coins. Adele rejoiced. Whoa, mythical grade? Lucky. This beats the other's artifacts. I'll take it. Suddenly, an eerie feeling stopped him. Adele turned to a glowing case nearby. What's this sensation? Like someone's watching. Inside was an ornate necklace. Adele thought, right? One last one. He wrote, tell me about this nameless necklace. Abruptly, the paper floated, glowing. Adele gasped. What? The paper read, you must sacrifice a god. The light flared brighter. Adele was stunned. Is this a legendary item? Adele was dumbfounded. I thought I was done for. But who knew I'd get this lucky? Staring at the floating paper, he calculated cautiously. Hold on. It's too early to celebrate. Which god should I sacrifice? I don't even have a minor deity, let alone a demon god. He studied the necklace in the case. What is this thing, really? He tested. Maybe I should channel some mana into it. Nothing happened. The necklace stayed still. Adele grumbled. Damn, so frustrating. If only I knew its powers. It just says to sacrifice a god, nothing else. Undeterred, he wrote on the paper. Let's try a trick. Tell me which god is tied to this nameless necklace in the vault. The paper still read, sacrifice a god. Adele frowned. No effect. He clutched the case, reluctant. Even rephrasing the question, I'll probably get the same answer. Should I give up? Without hesitation, he opened the case, confidently taking the necklace. No, I'm certain about this. After putting it on, Adele affirmed, this is worth far more than any ordinary artifact. My instincts scream it. He checked his status, race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, swap 2, attributes, enthusiasm, focus, dark killing intent, mana control, patience, mana, 1,297. Adele mused, status window, huh? As expected, no one's interested in this. I can figure it out slowly. Instructor Aries was surprised by Adele's choice. What's that necklace? Adele stammered. It's one of the undescribed items. Aries raised an eyebrow. You picked an artifact without knowing its function or origin, so you know something about it. Adele grinned. No, I know nothing. Aries frowned, silent, making Adele sweat. That look again. Why does he hate me? Aries turned. Fine, I'll trust you. As a Saitan instructor, I must trust my students. He addressed everyone. Now, care for your chosen artifacts. In dire times, they might be your lifeline. The students replied in unison. Yes, sir. Adele observed the students, sighing. Everyone here, except me, has the potential to lead the demon realm's future. They'll get endless investment and support. He felt inferior. If only I had a fraction of that. Can I really survive Saidan? The armory gate vanished. Aries said, all right, disperse. We'll meet at the entrance ceremony. Adele approached Renee. Shall we head to the dorm, my lady? Renee nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, a hand landed on his shoulder. It was the orange-haired guy. Haha, sorry. I was a bit rude at first. Group 33 leader. Adele turned, facing Baltan. He extended a hand, excited. Great to meet you. I'm Baltan. Your fighting was impressive. Adele returned the gesture warmly. Nice to meet you, Baltan. I'm Adele. He thought, this is unexpected. Him approaching first is good. But his smile faded. Adele felt unease. Baltan gripped his hand tightly. Adele gritted his teeth, enduring. Ugh, this bastard. What's he doing? Baltan's true nature surfaced. Adele knew Baltan cared little for the weak, only drawn to the strong, driven by envy and greed, a warmonger. He once pushed the human realm's protagonist to the brink of death but spared him, seeing potential, promising a rematch. Baltan feigned. What's wrong? You look strained. Adele forced. Nothing. With stronger people around, why seek me? He channeled magic. Baltan's sword glowed. Swap 2. Target set. Instantly, Adele stood behind Baltan, saying, stop, all right? The test's over, we're all tired. His hand trembled. Damn, my hand. Baltan laughed. Haha. Didn't see that coming. He turned, exuding provocative killing intent. You're strong. Fight me here, till one of us dies. Adele panicked. He's insane. A total psycho. I said I'm not fighting. Renee shouted, stop. She glared, challenging Baltan. If you want to fight my escort, you fight me. A three-way standoff ensued. Baltan paused. Haha. I love a fight, but both of you is a bit much. I don't want injuries before enrollment. He turned, smirking menacingly at Adele. Well, there'll be plenty of chances. See you. Adele grimaced. He says he doesn't want injuries before enrollment, but wants a death match? Total psycho. He eyed Baltan. Seeing him up close, I can't predict him. Baltan raised his sword, puzzling Adele. When did he draw that? Renee called. Let's go, Adele. He turned, smiling. Yes, Lady Renee. He thought. Just one day, but it feels like weeks. I'm starting to look forward to life at Sidon. The next morning, Adele woke, brimming with energy. At the window, he marveled. Maybe yesterday's grind did it, but I feel amazing today. Before the mirror, he admired. My body's in top shape. I'm definitely getting stronger. He grabbed his clothes excitedly. Let's try the Sidon uniform they sent. They knew where we were and delivered it. Pretty thoughtful. Adele put it on. Ooh, comfier than I thought. He admired. They say we'll wear only uniforms for 3 years, but at least they're practical. He thought of Renee. I gave Renee her uniform. Wonder how she looks? Should I check? Adele knocked on her door. Lady Renee, may I ask if you need anything before I head out? The door cracked open. Come in. Renee stood in her uniform under the sunlight, shy. Adele gushed. You look beautiful. Renee blushed, flustered. Ahem. Where are you going? Adele noticed her red ears, thinking, embarrassed? Didn't know she had such a cute side. He smiled. It's a rare day off, so I thought I'd explore the city. He bowed. You should rest too, Lady Renee. I'll head out. He turned. Renee called. Wait. She fidgeted, avoiding his gaze. You have something to do, don't you? Adele blinked. Pardon, something I need to do? Renee, blushing, looked at him. Adele turned to Renee, thinking, wait, did I forget something? It hit him. Escort. He stammered. Oh, right. I'm supposed to protect her. Got so excited about a break I forgot. Renee turned. I'll come with you. Let me change, wait a bit. Still blushing, she said. How long are you going to stare? Adele realized. Oh, of course, I'll wait outside. Standing by the door, he mourned his lost day off. In the bustling, vibrant city, people traded and haggled lively. The city was pristine. Hard to believe a war raged 10 years ago. Adele observed. While reconstruction continues in the capital's outskirts, it seems humans won the war but couldn't fully claim the capital. Renee tugged his sleeve. Adele. She pointed to a street vendor. Let's eat that. Adele looked. Street food? Golden skewers sizzled, dripping fat over a charcoal grill. He approached, asking, What are these skewers? The vendor replied, Spiced venison and vegetable skewers. Adele thought. Renee's next to me, eager. Wonder if it's like chicken skewers. He said, 2 skewers, please. Renee took a bite. Both savored cautiously. Adele asked, Tasty, right? Renee nodded. Really good. He watched her, thinking, who'd guess quiet Renee would show such a face? Maybe she's opening up. They passed a city fountain, chatting eagerly. Adele relished. It's been ages since a real break. This might be my last relaxing moment. They stopped before a massive statue in the city center. Adele looked up. Who's she? He pointed, asking Renee. Renee replied, You really don't know? That's the first Demon King. Adele marveled. Oh, the first Demon King. Now that I think about it, she does resemble Diana. He thought. Not many chances to see the first Demon King up close. He said, Let's get closer for a better look. Suddenly, the statue's eyes glowed, and Adele's necklace lit up. He grabbed it, shocked. What's this? The necklace is glowing. A beam of light from the statue flowed into the necklace. Adele clutched it, stunned. A gem on the necklace turned gray. He exclaimed, What the hell's happening? Renee called, What are you doing? Why'd you pull out your artifact? Still reeling, Adele glanced at the statue, wondering, was I mistaken? I definitely saw a light from the statue, and the necklace's color changed. He turned to Renee. She doesn't get it. I'm the only one who saw. The statue returned to normal. Adele thought. All I got was a vague sacrifice of God. But now I've found a key clue in the unlikeliest place. He realized, this necklace is definitely tied to the first Demon King. If I investigate everything related, I'll uncover more. Renee called. Stop standing there. Let's head back. Adele replied, yes, Lady Renee. But he thought, now I'm really curious about this necklace's true nature. The next morning at the academy, they arrived after their day off. Adele called lightly. Hurry, Lady Renee. The entrance ceremony's starting. She replied, yeah. In the grand hall, the headmaster stood on the podium, welcoming new students. The headmaster and instructors sat in the auditorium with about 100 freshmen. Adele thought, just a normal entrance ceremony. 2 students below whispered, can't believe that kid's the headmaster. That kid's the monster who overwhelmed us with her presence. One praised, still, she's cute. Adele snickered, cute my ass. He eyed the headmaster. Tattoos all over, body like a child. You call that cute? Suddenly, her gaze pierced down, students flinching in fear. The headmaster radiated killing intent. Adele thought, I mean, she's totally adorable. Can she read minds? Instructor Aries sternly said, everyone quiet. The entrance ceremony begins now. Renee and Adele, in uniforms, stood together. The headmaster's standard speech neared its end, the mood settling. An instructor said, you must follow Satan's rules. He added, the headmaster's speech is over. Now, we begin the oath ceremony for the top student and runner-up. 2 standout students were called. Top student, runner-up, please come forward. Adele watched quietly. As expected, those 2 took these spots. Renee was unfazed. He thought, her only reason for enrolling is to avenge her mother. She probably doesn't care about competing. As for me, no matter what anyone says, I need to focus on my goals. Suddenly, Adele felt a finger pointing at him, Baltan. He was still targeting Adele. Adele sighed. This scary guy again. What's with this stalker? He stayed calm. No, don't react. Ignore him. Stay cool. Don't get dragged in. A girl stepped forward. Top student, please. A stunning figure walked coldly. Male students, including Adele, gushed, truly blessed by the gods. The Demon King's daughter, Diana. Now she's the top student. Who could stand in her way? The 2 students stood before the headmaster, swearing. We solemnly swear, as those admitted to Satan, to erase our shame and rebuild the demon realm. Her words echoed, shifting the hall's atmosphere. Adele touched the black mark on his neck, feeling the rage of those who lost homes and families to humans. He thought, if anyone finds out I carry Arson blood, just the thought is horrifying. A gruesome vision flashed, Adele tortured brutally. Worst case, I'd face eternal torment. The ceremony ended. Instructor Aries shouted, Satan's entrance ceremony concludes here. Students, check the bulletin board at the back for your assigned classes. After confirming, head to your classrooms. Adele grinned. Let's go, Lady Renee. She nodded. Yeah. Students crowded the bulletin board. Adele scanned. Let's see. I'm in Class A, Renee. He teared up. Such a shame. He announced, you're in Class C, Lady Renee. Honestly, I didn't want us to be split. Renee snapped. Wipe that smile off. Fuming, she turned. You're still my escort, so you'd better come when I call. Adele replied. Of course, Lady Renee. He relished. Great. Now I can relax a bit. Suddenly, he brushed shoulders with another student. The guy glared, snarling. You want to die, you Cerberus filth? Adele froze. Wait, this guy is... Adele recognized the figure, the Greed clan, Varys' son, Samuel. If I recall, he's pretty strong among the 7 sins. He bumped into me and still picks a fight? Ridiculous. But today, I should steer clear. Adele brushed his hands, smiling lightly. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. Sorry. Samuel snapped. Get lost. You're lucky it's enrollment day. Adele thought, why are the 7 sins kids like this? Hope Samuel's not in my class. No way Bolton's in class at 2, right? A loud bang echoed as a table was struck. Idea shouted. So you don't trust me? Aries replied calmly. That's not the issue. That kid's too dangerous. I speak from experience. It's better if I handle it. Idea refused. There's students assigned to me, Class A's instructor. You can't override me. The headmaster interrupted. Enough. Sit down. The instructors reluctantly complied. The headmaster asked, Instructor Aries, why do you want to switch classes? Aries answered, I plan to deal with that student myself. I've faced countless like him on the battlefield. He's a born killer, capable of turning his blade on allies anytime. We must curb him now. Another instructor chimed in, aren't you overreacting to a half-demon? He's far weaker than the Seven Sins kids. Aries countered, no, strength isn't just about power. His boldness and composure rival the Seven Sins. The other two instructors exchanged glances, silent. Aries continued, that's why I want Class A. We need to be cautious with him. Idea yelled, wait, so you're saying you don't trust me? The headmaster sighed at the bickering. I'm sorry if this upsets you. Idea. Aries, when will you stop treating her like a child? The headmaster's killing intent flared. Enough. The room fell silent. She said, I understand your concerns, Instructor Aries, but the class assignments are final. Switching now does more harm than good. Aries didn't argue, understood. Still, caution won't hurt. The headmaster instructed Idea, Instructor, keep a close eye on that kid. Idea beamed. Got it. The headmaster concluded, now, meeting adjourned. Instructors, head to your classes to greet your students. In Class 1A, Adele groaned. Why am I so unlucky? Pronce approached his desk. Humph. Relieved it's not Diana or Baldan. Huh? She teased. You followed me all the way here? Adele explained, class assignments are random. Pronce smirked. Oh, perfect. I grant you the privilege of being my slave. Adele thought, here we go again. Samuel barked. Hey, you two, shut up, or I'll kill you both. Pronce snapped. What did you say, you nobody brat? Samuel retorted. What? Nobody? I'll end you. Adele reassured himself. I'll get along fine, right? The door burst open. Everyone fell silent, turning to it. The instructor strode in. You kids are noisy. Not planning to fight on the first day, are you? Idea clapped enthusiastically. Welcome, everyone. I'm your Class A instructor. Remember my name. Idea, your senior, known as the Calamity Legion. Adele puzzled over the title. Whispers spread, Calamity Legion, who single-handedly killed 10,000 enemies at the Pollux River. Wasn't it 30,000? Adele smirked. Someone that strong as my instructor? Might boost my survival odds. Idea said, that's my introduction. Now, I'll outline how classes work. Idea wrote on the board, hunting methods. I'll teach you this. We're not hunting animals, but prey. Samuel gritted his teeth. A bold student asked, what are we hunting? Idea replied, one reason you're here. Humans. The class buzzed. Idea continued, I only teach hunting methods. Magic and weapons are covered by other instructors. Pronce muttered, humph, she's too pretty to be an instructor. Idea added, I also handle basic physical training. Adele froze, my weakness. Idea concluded, now, let's start the first lesson. Gather at the training ground. At the training ground, Adele marveled, whoa, this place is huge, 4 or 5 times a normal field. For weapons or magic. No one knew what they'd learn. Idea spoke. Ready? Focus. Don't look away from this. A black rift expanded. Suddenly, a squad of soldiers emerged, armed, standing behind Idea, awaiting orders. The class recoiled. Idea grinned. Humph, not real people. Just illusions I created with magic. She gleefully touched a soldier's face. Oh, I made the sword saint for the entrance exam. A copy with nearly 1/10 of his power. Adele thought, she's a monster. Sidon's formidable, but the Royal Academy's even crazier. Idea said, simple task. Get past these soldiers to reach me. Who's first? Her gaze landed on Adele, her tone sultry. You, what's your name? Why not try stabbing my throat like you did the sword saint? After Instructor Aries, now another instructor's got their eye on me. Adele, slightly nervous, asked, I'm not fighting you directly. Am I? Idea hinted. The key, among those soldiers is a leader, the source of their mental strength. When the leader falls, the soldiers collapse like dominoes. If the leader's strong, so are they. I'll be the leader. Adele confidently drew his sword. Got it. Sun Tzu's art of war. To crush an army, capture its general first. Take down the leader amidst the soldiers, too easy. He smirked. Of course, I can't defeat you. So, if I touch your hand or weapon, that counts as passing, right? Idea signaled. Begin. The soldiers charged. Adele activated Swap 2. In a second, he stood behind Idea, his sword at her throat. Does this pass, instructor? His breath grazed her neck. He thought, dozens of meters separated us, but now distance means nothing. I could only move a few meters before. This is huge progress. I could destroy an enemy base easily now. Adele beamed with pride. Idea laughed. I see why I was told to watch you. She pushed the sword away. You passed. Go back. Adele replied, yes, ma'am. He thought, hostility or curiosity? What about me stirs them up? They haven't figured out who I am, right? Sheathing his sword, he pondered endlessly. Idea said, now you've seen what a student did, right? Those who fail get extra lessons. Her words sparked fear in the class. The soldiers pressed on. Adele observed, they execute basics well. As expected of demons, but they're just ordinary, no special powers, so it makes sense. Still, only a few went down. If the instructor directly controls them, the soldiers switched weapons, targeting students. One yelled, ouch, that's gonna hurt. He leaped, I'll jump over you all. But the soldiers switched to bows, shooting him down. He crashed, wailing. The class winced. Adele thought, swap 2 is too strong. With this, I can aim for top of the class. He clenched his goal tightly. The next student, Samuel, stepped up, coldly shouting, move. Adele thought, Samuel's turn. Let's see if his arrogance matches his skill. A green glow enveloped Samuel. Adele anticipated he's gathering magic, then releasing it. The power shook the entire training ground, affecting Adele. Samuel obliterated the soldiers in a flash. Adele gaped. That's magic? The Greed clan's unique ability. A freakish skill that devours everything. He thought, for now, I'll let him take top spot. Idea raised her hand, flicking lightly. Samuel's magic dissipated. She said, well, no surprise. No way an instructor loses to a student. You wiped out everything but me, impressive, enough to shock me for a second. But sadly, you failed. Samuel froze momentarily. Idea snapped her fingers, and a new batch of soldiers appeared. She said, I told you, if you don't kill the leader, the soldiers keep replacing themselves. No matter how many you kill, it's like this. At least 200 soldiers advanced. Idea praised, your magic's strong for a freshman. Samuel, hands trembling, stormed back to his spot, face full of resentment but accepting the result. Passing by, he glared at Adele. Adele thought, my confident look pissed him off. He said, Samuel, your overconfidence is why you failed. If you'd focused on the goal like me, you'd have passed easily. Prounce laughed loudly, haha, finally my turn. Adele thought, Prounce of the 7 sins. Wonder how she'll pass. Students whispered. Prounce pointed at the soldiers, you lowly minions dare block my path? She laughed, ho ho, but stood still, unmoving. The class puzzled. What's she doing? Prounce paled. What should I do? Adele thought, as expected, Prounce, lust air, doesn't fight directly. She controls minions like a queen bee. Without them, she's useless. Prounce remained frozen, terrified. Adele thought, she needs to do something. Suddenly, she turned, locking eyes with Adele, pleading, help me, my slave, huh? Adele was stunned by her audacity. Adele was flustered, slave. The surrounding students whispered, did she just call him a slave? He stared at Prounce, mind racing, what a crazy thing to say. What's she thinking? Prounce turned, yelling, hurry up, help me. Idea, stern-faced, ordered 2 soldiers to advance. Prounce, terrified, backed away, shrieking, help. Adele realized she has no defensive abilities. Can't she enhance herself? But a thought flashed, no, impossible. Maybe she has a special reason. Across the field, Prounce struggled under a barrage of blows, helplessly crying, Adele, save me. Another energy caught Adele's attention. He turned, seeing a girl healing a wounded boy. The boy said, thanks a lot. She replied, no problem, I'm glad you're not badly hurt. Adele was stunned, healing magic? But that's a human-only power. So this girl's a half-demon too? Didn't expect a classmate with such a rare healing talent. I don't know her name, but I need to connect with her. Should I approach now? Idea called out, student, Prounce is asking for your help. The test's over, so it'd be nice if you helped her up. Adele replied instantly, oh, got it. I'm on it. Inwardly, he scolded Prounce, ugh, she picked the worst time, ruining my chance. Seeing her disheveled state, he teased, useless Prounce. She yelped, ow. Adele dropped the act, please get up, it's over. Prounce sat up, tears streaming, covered in wounds, sobbing, you saw everything, didn't you? He played dumb. What are you talking about? Prounce shouted, don't play innocent, slave. Adele retorted, well, you're weaker than a slave. Prounce, furious, looked ready to tear him apart. You mocking me? Idea commanded. All right, clean up. Everyone gather. Prones hoped, but the result was as expected. Idea said, first lesson, you did well. Experiences like this teach you your place. Mistakes help you support each other, perfecting teamwork in battle. Samuel gritted his teeth, brows furrowed, fuming, TCH. Adele thought, listening to Idea, at the Human Royal Academy, students are sorted by ability. But at Sidon, classes are random, so teamwork is key. Her approach emphasizes this. Idea announced, as for the only one who passed, student. Adele beamed. Yes. Idea's gaze was deep, expectant. I look forward to your progress. Adele replied eagerly. Thank you. I'll keep learning. Envious, jealous stares surrounded him. Class ended, and Idea turned back to the classroom for the next lesson. Adele hesitated. She praised me, right? But why does her tone feel hostile? She's always looking for chances to mess with me, trying to make me Prone's slave. Can I build a faction here? The clock struck 10. After Idea's class, the next lessons began. A teacher in crisp military attire stood at the podium. Great to meet you. I'm your theoretical education instructor. We'll study demon realm history and human weaknesses. Demons, centered on the first demon king, have bodies similar to humans. Adele mused. Hit there. Demons feel pain just like that? The teacher announced, next, we'll test today's material. If you don't want to retake it, memorize it. Adele closed his book, exhausted, slumping on his desk. Seriously? It's just like school. First day, and I'm already done. Seeing others chat happily, he sulked. I'm the only one isolated, lonely. No friends, just like before. Tears welled, but he spotted the healing girl. Energized, he thought. Right? There's her. He strode over. This time, I'll talk. He greeted. Nice to meet you. I'm Adele. Eyes turned to him, unnerving him. Wait, why's everyone staring? The girl seemed unfazed, casually. Yeah, yes, nice to meet you. Adele thought, when two half-demons do anything, it draws attention. She's uncomfortable. I should save this for later. Feeling disrespected, he said. I'll talk to you another time then. She stammered. By then. Walking away, he consoled himself. Maybe I should hit the bathroom to recharge mana, lonely or not. Before reaching the door, Samuel burst through. Adele cursed his luck. Worst timing. Samuel saw him, voice dripping with anger. You again. Adele avoided trouble. I was just leaving. You go first. I'll follow. But Samuel brushed past, insulting, disgusting low-life creature. Adele couldn't let it slide, retorting, your family must be amazing. Huh? The jab enraged Samuel, who turned, power surging, snarling, what? Adele pressed, to produce walking, talking trash like you. Insults flew, petty filth. Samuel growled, I'll rip you to shreds. Adele's eyes gleamed with deadly intent, a sinister plan forming, unlike Ball-An. This guy's pure hatred. If he disrupts my plans, better eliminate him now. Their powers surged, ready for a life-or-death clash. Eyeing Samuel's spiked hands, Adele thought wildly, with magic, no one care if I blew off his arm. Suddenly, a teacher appeared. Stop it. Class is starting. Both of you, back to your seats. Like cold water on fire, they froze, startled. Adele thought, when did he get here? The fighting spirit died down, leaving both Adele and Samuel stunned. When did he get here? They simultaneously reigned in their fierce momentum, as if signaling a temporary pause in their confrontation. Yet, tension still lingered in the air. Adele knew Samuel wouldn't back down easily, at least not yet. A new teacher appeared, introduced as Robolt, a magic instructor. Adele immediately noticed his sudden arrival and calm demeanor. This made him wary. But he told himself, someone entrusted to teach at Site and Academy must be a master. If so, learning magic from him is an opportunity not to be taken lightly. In this world, magic wasn't an innate gift but a skill that could be honed, even studied academically. Robolt emphasized, to learn magic effectively, you must understand attributes. He explained the 4 basic elements: earth, water, wind, fire, the foundation of all magic. Combined with darkness and light, these 6 attributes formed the current magic system. Robolt added, most people possess only one attribute. Adele wondered if his mixed heritage made him an exception. He reflected on the 2 bloodlines within him. His father's clan, the Bear Clan, was renowned for its darkness attribute. But his mother's clan, the Arson clan, was a complete mystery, never clearly mentioned. After the introduction, Robold announced that the lesson would focus on identifying mana attributes. He instructed students to take turns placing their hands on a special orb that changed color based on mana attributes. The students lined up, stepping forward in order. Adele deliberately stood at the back, observing. One by one, they placed their hands on the orb, and it changed color. Robold declared, fire, red, water, blue, wind, green, earth, brown. The process went smoothly, without hiccups. When it was his turn, Adele hadn't even stepped forward when Robold called his name, startling him. Adele. How did he know his name? Surprised and cautious, Adele slowly approached and placed his hand on the orb. Instantly, a strange color appeared, half black, half gray. The class fell silent. Robold's face changed, staring at the orb in disbelief. He explained, black represents darkness, common in high-level demons. But gray it's extremely rare, almost unheard of. Adele tilted his head. You don't know what it means, teacher? Robold shook his head. No, I know. I'm just surprised. Its rarity is immense. He continued. Gray symbolizes chaos, magic that defies natural laws, even breaking the world's foundational principles. Adele stood frozen, his mind reeling. The word chaos echoed in his thoughts. As the creator of this world in the original novel, he had never conceived of this attribute. Now, he himself bore something absent from his initial draft. Magic that defies natural order. Those words might be the key to his unique abilities. For now, though, Adele focused on darkness, the attribute he was certain he could control. Lost in thought, Adele sensed eyes watching him from behind. He spun around and saw Prone standing there. She stood still, clearly using a stealth technique, but caught. Her face flickered with surprise, not expecting Adele to notice. In an instant, her eyes turned cold, irritated. Prone snapped. Hey, what the hell were you just thinking? Her sharp question made Adele pause. He played dumb. What do you mean? But she wasn't easily fooled. Her piercing gaze held no trust. She accused Adele of deliberately provoking Samuel. Adele defended himself. I just can't stand being bullied. She let out a mocking laugh, her eyes narrowing like blades. The guy you messed with isn't some nobody. He's from one of the 7 great Sin clans. Adele retorted, outsiders can't interfere in Sight and Academy, so it's not worth worrying about. He meant to end it there, but she grew more annoyed. Sighing as if talking to an ignorant child, she said, clearly, you don't get it. She started to say, that kid's clan is actually, but stopped mid-sentence, leaving it cryptic. Turning to leave, she added, just be careful from now on. Adele watched her figure fade, his mind spinning. What was she about to say? Is Samuel's clan notorious for brutal revenge? Her tone wasn't mere intimidation, it was dangerous, complex, far beyond personal grudges. Adele shook his head, brushing off the thoughts. The final class was about to start, and he needed to focus. The swordsmanship instructor entered, his face sour, as if the world owed him a debt. Without a greeting, he barked, normally, with your level, you lot wouldn't even deserve to sit here. He continued harshly. In the last training session, even with the chaos drill set to just 10%, then 5%, every group except the top 8 was wiped out. His words cut into the students' pride like a knife. Adele thought, is he deliberately provoking us? The instructor coldly declared, starting today, I'll teach you how to hold a sword, so when you die, you can at least take one of your opponent's arms with you. The class began with running laps outside. Pure physical torture. He explained, the foundation of swordsmanship is stamina. No matter how good your technique, with endurance, your strength doubles or triples. The training was grueling. Soon, students were gasping, legs burning with each lap. When does this end? Lap 20 already? Groans echoed. Some tried cheating with mana, but the instructor's sharp eyes caught them. He shouted, assigning push-ups as punishment, then ordered them to restart from lap 1. No one dared argue. The nightmare continued. Adele smirked, thinking, rich kids always try to cheat. He recalled when he first transmigrated into this body, causing chaos without cheap tricks. Finally, the instructor announced the last lap, lap 50. Those who completed it could return to the dorms. Those who didn't would stay for extra training. Adele sighed in relief. The day had been mentally and physically draining, his body exhausted. He just wanted to collapse onto his dorm bed and sleep. On the way back, Adele froze, his body tensing as someone grabbed his shoulder from behind. He whipped around, heart pounding, ready to react. Seeing who it was, his eyes widened in shock. Why is she here? He thought, bewildered. Turning around in a state of panic, seeing Lady Renee made Adele wonder what she was doing here at this hour. With her reddish-brown hair and gentle smile, Adele greeted her with a smile first, then asked lightly, "Are you heading back to the dorms? It's the first day of classes. How did you find it?" But Renee said nothing. Her silence made Adele suspicious. Did someone in class upset her? That earlier scene was definitely easy to misunderstand. Finally, Renee spoke coldly, "You still need more training." Then, out of nowhere, she suggested, "How about some light exercise to loosen up? Train with me." Adele was completely taken aback by the invitation. Even so, Renee's face showed a hint of excitement as she pressed, "You'll help me, right?" Adele stayed silent, his expression unclear, reluctant, or agreeing. Finally, he let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, "This girl never gets tired." Seeing a nearby training area for students, Renee pointed toward it. "Let's go there quick. We still have time." Adele nodded slightly, thinking, training with a descendant of one of the seven sins. Tiring, sure, but it'll definitely be beneficial. They entered a spacious building together. Adele glanced around, blurting out, "This place is huge." Inside, training equipment was fully stocked, and other students were diligently working out. Adele nodded approvingly. With facilities like this, stamina's bound to improve significantly. Spotting a large barbell loaded with heavy plates, he asked, "Start with this?" He volunteered to go first, eyeing the clearly substantial weight. With a mix of confidence and pride, he reassured Renee, "I've been training for years. This is nothing." With that, he stepped forward, bending into position to lift the barbell. Veins bulged on his neck, his face tensed, and he strained with all his might, letting out a guttural groan. "Grh." Lady Renee stood with arms crossed, watching coldly. Finally, she said bluntly, "Too weak. Don't push it. You'll tear a muscle." Adele gritted his teeth in silence, cursing inwardly, "This damn body, after years of confinement, can't handle this kind of strain." He collapsed onto both hands, panting, sweat dripping onto the floor. Unfazed by his struggle, Renee stepped forward casually, grabbed the barbell, and said, "This thing?" With a single fluid motion, she lifted the barbell overhead effortlessly. Adele's jaw dropped, his mind reeling. What the hell? This strength is unreal. He realized that even with his full physical power, he couldn't match her. "I need to train harder," Adele resolved, a determined smile forming. 2 hours passed under the blazing afternoon sun. Finally, he approached Renee, who was still lifting weights. "It's getting late. Let's call it a day." Renee set the barbell down with a solid thud. Without objection, she nodded and said, "Yeah." Adele offered gently, "I'll walk you to the dorm gate." She didn't refuse, walking silently beside him. On the way, Adele observed her quietly, thinking, she's been training a lot lately. Curious about her current state, while she stepped aside to change, Adele activated a special skill. A glowing blue interface appeared before his hand, displaying Renee's status. The information read, race, half-demon, alignment, chaotic, talent, second-level permutation, traits, curious, easily engrossed, high killing intent, attributes, darkness, mana control, demeanor, arrogant. Adele stared at the data, a mix of surprise and intrigue. Someone like her is far from ordinary. Renee's mana stat was displayed, 1297 to 1321. Adele noted that while her other stats remained nearly unchanged, her mana had increased by exactly 24 points. He mused, even with Renee's nightly training to control mana, her growth rate is frustratingly slow. Indeed, this was the slowest phase of development. He sighed inwardly, considering finding a potion or something to boost her cultivation speed. Before he could think further, Renee's voice came from behind. "I'm done changing." Adele turned, slightly startled by her speed. Renee frowned at him. "What were you doing?" Adele regained his composure, smiling lightly. "Oh, nothing. Ready to go?" After training, he escorted her to the girls' dorm gate. He said goodbye. "Rest well." Renee nodded slightly. "You too. Good night." Then she walked inside. Adele watched her go, letting out a heavy sigh, his body on the verge of collapse from exhaustion. Today was just too much. He decided to head back to Ball and dorm to rest. Climbing the grand staircase of the lavish building, he recalled the directions, up the stairs, Turn right. He pulled out his admission letter to confirm his room. Room 407. Adele muttered, scanning the fourth-floor hallway before quickly finding his room. Standing at the door, he wondered, who's my roommate? He hoped it'd be someone skilled and easygoing, maybe even an ally. This could be my first male friend in this demon world. The thought excited him slightly. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door, smiling warmly. Hello. Nice to you. His voice caught, his smile freezing as his eyes landed on the person lounging on the bed, Samuel, casually sucking on a lollipop. Samuel looked up, his face shifting from surprise to disgust, his green eyes narrowing with hostility. Both shouted in unison, "What the hell? Why are you here?" Adele nearly collapsed against the doorframe, hand on his forehead, fingers tapping nervously. "I can't believe it. Out of hundreds of students, I'm stuck with this guy." Samuel was no less furious, biting his lollipop so hard it shattered, clearly displeased. The two rivals locked eyes, the air thick with hostility, as if a single spark could ignite a brawl. From the bed, Samuel smirked contemptuously, spitting out, "Filthy half-breed." TSK. Adele, still near the door, clenched his teeth, his mind wrestling with rage. Should I just make him disappear right now? But he took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, exhaling heavily, and walked to the desk to set his things down. Samuel shot up, fist clenched, shouting, "Want to fight? Right now." Adele let out a mocking laugh, shaking his head. "Are you insane? You want to fight in the dorm room?" His tone dripped with sarcasm as he turned away. "I'm just stepping out for a bit." Samuel didn't respond, only glaring with murderous intent. As Adele reached for the doorknob, he tossed out a light, slightly taunting remark. "Rest well?" Then he stepped out decisively. The door closed with a sharp click. Inside, Samuel gritted his teeth, muttering, "Damn unlucky bastard." TSK. Outside in the school courtyard, Adele sighed again. He thought he could finally relax, but sharing a room with that guy meant no peace. He decided to take a walk, waiting for Samuel to fall asleep before returning. Strolling slowly along the tree-lined paths of Sight and Academy, he pondered Samuel's strange hostility. He's not a descendant of wrath, yet he's always ready to explode. Adele shook his head, annoyed. "TCH, I just don't get it." But a thought struck him. Wait, Samuel's a descendant of gluttony. So is his anger instinctual, like my chaotic alignment? He recalled the concept of inherent alignment that Robolt had mentioned. What exactly is chaos? A mana attribute or something deeper? He considered consulting the guide, a magical resource for knowledge queries, but shook his head. If it knew anything about chaos, it would have said so during the sigil training. Buying more would just waste money. Frustrated by the lack of answers, Adele sought a quiet spot to practice mana purification. He wandered into a small forest near the eastern courtyard. Under the glowing sunset sky, his gaze drifted to a tree. A small bird perched on a high branch. Adele muttered, "A sparrow." But looking closer, he shook his head. Not quite a sparrow. Still, it's interesting that birds exist here. He thought, even in Sight and Academy's grounds, creatures from outside the city can fly in freely. Suddenly, the bird's eyes flashed red, startling Adele, who made a mental note. Night fell, and Adele quietly opened the door to room 407, relieved to see Samuel asleep, tucked neatly in his blanket. Good, he's out, problem solved. Exhausted, he didn't bother tidying up, tossing his bag aside and collapsing onto his bed, sighing, "I'm dead tired, today was brutal." Though his body was spent, he thought, I should practice mana a bit before sleeping. Lying back on his pillow, Adele regulated his breathing, focusing his mind. Mana flowed gently through his body, but his consciousness began slipping into sleep. Suddenly, his eyes shot open. A pitch-black figure loomed over his bed, towering before him. It was Samuel. His green eyes glowed eerily, piercing into Adele, as if boring straight through his mind. Adele's body tensed, his heart pounding as Samuel's unblinking stare bore into him, cold and menacing. Samuel's face dripped with disdain. In his mind, he thought bitterly. Even when he's asleep, that guy's face looks stupid and insufferable. Anger surged as old memories flooded back, Adele's biting taunts, the insults hurled straight at him, even slandering his clan. Samuel clenched his fists, vowing inwardly, "Even if I'm wrong, I'll never apologize first." He exhaled sharply, exasperated. So many things to deal with, and now I have to waste energy on this trash. Then an image flashed, Adele in yesterday's class, radiating a fierce, almost terrifying aura. The silhouettes of others standing with him made Samuel's heart twinge, like it was being squeezed. I've felt this before, but why now? Suddenly, a sharp pain stabbed through his side. Samuel collapsed, groaning in agony. Clutching his stomach, his eyes widened in panic. Damn it, is gluttony's hunger kicking in again? Cold sweat poured out as he gritted his teeth, enduring. An uncontrollable hunger gnawed at him, his stomach faintly glowing with an eerie green energy, like poison eating him from within. His body felt drained, unable to withstand it. At that moment, Adele stirred in his sleep, mumbling something. Samuel turned, his eyes filled with irritation. I'm starving to death every second, and I have to stare at that clueless face until morning. He genuinely wanted to punch Adele in the mouth. Exhausted, Samuel slumped onto the edge of his bed, groaning softly as the pain continued to torment him. Morning came, the bell tower chiming to signal the start of classes. Adele sat up, yawning and stretching. What time is it? Morning already. Sunlight streamed through the large window, the steady ticking of a clock filling the quiet room. Adele glanced outside, his eyes lighting up. Huh, that bird from yesterday? The small bird perched on a branch, identical to the one he'd seen before. A faint, sharp smile curved his lips. In Saitan, where foreign creatures are strictly controlled, something like this is still wandering around. He frowned, suspecting someone was watching him, his instincts jumping to conclusions, though he remained calm. Adele stretched by the window, the wooden frame creaking softly. In his mind, he calculated, maybe it's Instructor Aries, the one who suspects me the most. He scanned with mana, not an illusion, a real living creature. Thinking briefly, he decided to try taming it with food, extending his hand and calling softly, "Come here." But a glance at the clock showed breakfast time was nearly over. He muttered, "Samuel's probably already eating. I need to go, or I'll starve." He left the window, still pondering the strange bird and who might be behind it. A moment of confusion hit, as he couldn't recall where the dining hall was. As a result, he arrived late to class. A female instructor entered, her voice cheerful. "Good morning, everyone." Adele sat down, sighing inwardly. "I got lost looking for the dining hall and missed breakfast." His stomach empty, he wondered if he could focus while this hungry. The instructor, a woman with wavy gray hair, stepped to the podium, holding a roster, her tone serious. "Today, in homeroom, I have an important announcement. Is everyone here?" Adele frowned, wondering, what's this important announcement? The instructor continued, "Today, we'll choose a class leader." The room buzzed with excitement. Adele's eyes widened, thinking, class leader? A student with teal hair raised a hand. "Ma'am, how will we elect the leader?" The instructor smiled slyly. "Initially, I planned to let you vote, but I've decided to appoint one directly." The room fell silent for a beat. A female student with horns stood abruptly, radiating a pink aura like a stage effect. An absolutely brilliant decision. Adele flinched, recognizing her as Pronce, just like in the novel. He smirked faintly. "With that personality, I definitely couldn't be class leader." Pronce turned to the class, declaring boldly, "From now on, let me lead this class. Serve me as your king." Adele nodded silently. Pronce is a fitting choice. Though her intelligence is lacking, her charisma and ability to dominate are unmatched. Another student spoke up. "Why not let Adele be class leader? He seems pretty capable." Pronce shot a scornful glance. "Please, a half-breed like him as class leader?" The discussion grew lively. Someone asked, "What about Samuel?" Pronce frowned, shrugging. "He's too scary." Adele smiled faintly, warmed by the mention. "Didn't expect yesterday's performance to leave an impression. Being named like this feels nice." Pronce puffed out her chest, smug. "Say what you want, I'm the obvious choice." "Come on, teacher, announce it." The instructor exhaled, stating firmly, "The class leader isn't Pronce." Pronce's jaw dropped, her blue eyes wide with shock. Purple lightning like energy crackled around her, as if she might explode. The instructor smiled, turning to the red-haired boy by the window. "The class leader is Adele." Adele froze. "Huh." He looked around, his mind a tangled mess. "What? Me? A half-demon like me as class leader?" Before his thoughts could settle, the instructor's voice rang out, her eyes glowing faintly blue. "Adele, lead the class well." A student cheered excitedly. "Class leader Adele, You got this. Still dazed, Adele mumbled, "Yes, ma'am." He thought, "I haven't even eaten breakfast." The instructor nodded, announcing she had to teach another class, leaving a few instructions. She said, to prepare for the midterm exam, classes will focus on practical combat training. The room buzzed with chatter. She continued, training will be in groups of 3. Form your groups by the end of the day. A pink-haired girl near Adele rested her chin in her hand, deep in thought. Adele closed his eyes, pondering the exam and combat. He reasoned, if it's practical combat at Saitan, it's likely about killing. Fighting here means eliminating your enemy. The instructor ended the class with a reminder. Pronce. Pronce looked up, curious. Yes. The instructor's voice was gentle, but her gaze commanding. If you address me disrespectfully again, you'll get special supplementary lessons, understood? Pronce flinched, her arrogant smile deflating like a popped balloon. With one sentence, the instructor had put her in her place. Adele watched, smirking slightly, thinking, this teacher knows how to bring people back to Earth. Before leaving, she reminded, class leader, submit the group list by the end of the day. She smiled, good luck with your studies. Adele, now officially class leader, watched her leave, his mind racing about combat training. He rubbed his chin. Maybe they'll use training puppets like before? But he shook his head, dismissing the thought. Based on the story's timeline, it's not time for the Academy to attack humans. This is just prep. His priority was forming a team. Adele's gaze swept the class, landing on the pink-haired girl nearby. He smirked, almost decided on his teammate. Outside the classroom, the homeroom teacher stepped into the hallway, unaware of 2 figures waiting. A tall man with spiky purple hair, a black cross tattoo on his neck, and a cold, menacing aura strode forward. In another room, Instructor Idea was writing documents when the door slammed open. She looked up calmly. You're here. The man, Aries, fumed, growling. What the hell are you thinking? Idea smiled lightly. It's been a while since I've seen your serious face. Worth it, don't you think? Her breezy words only fueled Aries' rage. He snapped, losing patience. I'm not here for your pointless chatter. He slammed his hand on the desk, the sharp thud echoing. Why make that kid class leader? Idea kept her tone calm. That happened this morning, and you already know. She smiled. You really have a network across Saitan, don't you? Aries gritted his teeth, his eyes like daggers. You can't not know what it means to let him be class leader. Idea nodded without hesitation. Of course I understand. But Aries roared. Even temporarily, giving him control of Class A is like handing over the world. Are you insane? He slammed the desk again, trembling with rage, teeth clenched. It's not too late. Change it now, or else. He left the threat hanging, its intent clear. Idea met his piercing gaze with calm resolve, unwavering. She didn't need to shout. Her steadiness spoke volumes. Unfazed by the threat, Instructor Idea calmly responded. I'm well aware of the consequences of choosing Adele as class leader. The tall man with spiky purple hair, Aries, glared, shouting in disbelief. You knew and still did it? Idea leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, answering firmly, yes. Aries clutched his head, ruffling his hair in frustration. Gods, this is maddening. Idea continued coolly. I like that student. She explained her reasoning. Adele has exceptional talent, but isn't arrogant like the descendants of the 7 sins. Plus, he's backed by the Bears clan, with a clear identity and support. But Aries wasn't convinced. He stressed, a clear identity doesn't mean trustworthy. You should know that better than anyone. He went on. The most dangerous sword is a blind one. Idea sighed softly, arms still crossed. I'll handle my class. Stay out of it. Though a new instructor, she trusted her judgment. Aries, furious, slammed his hand on the desk. But Idea didn't respond, quietly leaving the room, leaving Aries seething alone. As she vanished, he cursed under his breath. Damn it. He growled inwardly, regretting. I should have taken that class. Letting someone as dangerous as him fall to her was a mistake. A memory flashed. A half-breed once left an unforgettable scar in a brutal battle. He thought, the aura Adele gave off yesterday was too similar to that one. The chance he's a descendant is slim, but too coincidental to ignore. I still don't know what he's after. Just then, a small bird landed on Aries' shoulder, chirping chip. He turned, his eyes icy. Still nothing unusual, but don't take your eyes off him for a second. Understood. Elsewhere, likely the library, a group of students chatted lively. A boy with pale purple hair and pointed ears smiled. Beside him was someone with a bold neck tattoo and a blonde student with small horns, exuding friendliness. The atmosphere was warm, like typical student camaraderie. None of them knew Adele was being closely watched. In class, during break, everyone was eagerly forming groups. Adele sat quietly, observing the lively scene. He chuckled, half joking, half sad. I'm the class leader, and still no one's asked me to join. Guess my face looks too shady. Just then, a student approached hesitantly. Hey, want to team up with me? Samuel, sitting nearby with another student, overheard and shot a cold glance, saying, just don't drag me down. The student thanked Samuel, then introduced his friend. Adele looked at them, sighing inwardly. Even he got invited, and I'm sitting here like the odd one out. Adele sighed resignedly, accepting reality. If I keep waiting for invites, I'll never get a group. Cracking his knuckles, he stood, determined. His gaze settled on the pink-haired girl he'd noticed earlier. He approached, saying simply, hi. She flinched, letting out a small, surprised sound. Adele spoke calmly. I scanned your mana. Sorry if it startled you. But I noticed your mana level is solid, and you have healing skills, perfect for a team. He smiled, introducing himself. I'm Adele. We've met before, right? Then asked, have you found a group yet? Flustered, she replied softly, no, not yet. Adele jumped in. Great, then tell me your name. After a brief pause, she answered quietly, Luna. Adele smiled lightly. Cute name. He tilted his head, inviting directly, join my team. Working with the class leader has its perks. Luna's eyes widened, hesitant. This is a bit sudden. Adele pressed, leaning in, lowering his voice like a whisper. It's almost the last period. Not much time left to submit group lists. He added smoothly. Plus, we're both half demons. We'll sync well. Luna let out a small gasp. Adele sealed it. Just say yes, and we're set. From now on, we're a team. She didn't respond, but Adele took her silence as agreement, nodding, smart choice. Just then, Prance, the horned girl, called out mockingly from a nearby desk. What's so smart about that? Adele turned, groaning inwardly. Her again. Prance laughed, eyes mischievous. So you still don't have a group? Pathetic. She tossed her hair, declaring proudly. Fine, I'll graciously let you join me. From now on, serve under my command. Adele replied coolly. Luna and I just formed a group. Can you go back to your seat? Luna's face flushed, caught in the mess, stammering. Don't be unreasonable. I heard everything from start to finish, you two. Prance didn't budge, proclaiming boldly. No matter what, I don't recognize you as class leader. I'm the one who should lead. Adele thought. Might as well reject her outright. But Prance clung like a leech. Finally, Adele relented. Fine, you can join. Condition, Prance is group leader. But inwardly, he planned. All her decisions would need his approval first. She's a descendant of the 7 sins. Keeping her close for monitoring is better. Unaware of his calculations, Prance beamed triumphantly. Trust your leader and follow me. Confident, arrogant, just as Adele predicted. He nodded slightly, thinking he was still steering her. A week later, at his desk, Adele stared at the glowing blue status screen. His mana had risen from 1321 to 1322. At least it's something, he noted. But he muttered, still not enough. I need to find a potion soon. Mana aside, he still didn't understand his chaos attribute. Hopefully this week's magic class gives some clues. A wave of exhaustion washed over him. He thought of something else. Correlative, the small dragon-shaped artifact, lay dormant in its box, recently unstable. Looks like I'll have to carry it with me. Adele sighed. Things are getting messy. Mana's unstable, chaos is unclear, and now the artifact. But he found relief in one thing. Samuel had been unusually quiet. Glancing over, his roommate only huffed absently, his mood unreadable. Despite mounting worries, Adele clung to a faint spark of optimism. Things will work out. The next morning, the bell tower chimed, signaling class. The instructor entered, beaming. Good morning, everyone. Adele glanced at her, thinking, she's unusually cheerful today. Something good. Idea clapped her hands. Today's class is special. We're heading out for practical combat training. Adele raised an eyebrow. Finally, real combat. Idea explained. We're leaving Sight-An for a place called Orgon. Adele's eyes widened. He remembered clearly. In the story, Orgon was a prison holding humans who fought in the human-demon war, from which no one returned. We're heading to a prison, he thought. Idea continued brightly. We'll travel by dimensional airship. Follow me. The students buzzed with excitement. Going out? This sounds fun, like a field trip. Adele glanced around, sighing, his eyes darkening. They're thrilled just because they think training outside is fun. If they knew what Orgon was, they'd be stunned. For Adele, the training was secondary to what awaited at Orgon, a unique opportunity the novel's protagonist was meant to discover. If I get there first, I can claim it. But he worried. Can I find it without drawing attention under all those eyes? He knew Orgon's guards were no pushovers. As he strategized, Pronce appeared, grinning teasingly. What's with that face? You look like a statue. She giggled, tilting her head innocently. First time training outdoors? Super nervous? Adele nodded. Pronce blinked, surprised. Huh? You get nervous too? Noticing his somber look, she thought. He looks so grim but still gets rattled. She puffed out her chest proudly. Don't forget your awesome team leaders here. Stick with me, and you're fine. Adele sighed inwardly. She really never runs out of energy. But he smirked, thinking, let's see if she's still this cocky at Orgon. Still, he admitted, her noise is actually lightening my mood. The dimensional airship sped forward, its wheels sparking with mana, slicing through the gloomy dimensional layers. Inside, Adele peered through a foggy window, watching misty purple landscapes pass coldly. Ahead, Orgon loomed, a massive, frigid fortress, standing like a scar in the world. Adele clenched his fists, his gaze sharp. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. No matter what, I'm taking it. The train's engine roared, sparks flying from its wheels as it thundered into the station. An announcement echoed through the cars. Passengers, we've arrived at Orgon. Please disembark safely. Adele and the other students stepped off, standing before a massive, imposing structure under an ominous purple sky. Idea addressed the group. All right, everyone, we're here. Follow me closely. This is Orgon, the human prison camp. Her gaze swept over their anxious faces. Observing the heavily reinforced cage-like structures, one student remarked on the tense atmosphere, while another, uneasy, whispered, Are we really training here? I've got a bad feeling about this place. A woman with striking features and a confident smile, likely Idea, confirmed. Yes, this is your training ground, Orgon, adding reassuringly, no battles are planned, so don't worry too much. Despite her words, her eyes hinted at something else. Adele, skeptical, thought, saying that while knowing what's coming. That's twisted if I've ever seen it, keeping his sardonic thought to himself. As they approached, 3 stern-faced guards in dark uniforms with red armbands blocked their path. One demanded gruffly, You from Sight-An? His tone was laced with suspicion. Idea replied calmly, Yes, here's our permit. She handed over documents as Adele silently noted the guard's aura matched Idea's level, a formidable presence. The guard inspected the permit and ordered, Verified. Follow me. His tone left no room for questions. Another figure, likely a guide or lower-ranking guard, gestured, this way, leading them into the shadows. The students followed through dark, oppressive corridors. A giant centipede scuttled across the floor, unnoticed by most, but desperate cries echoed from unseen cells. Please, save me. I don't want to die, a choked voice sobbed, followed by another, Let me out. The words dripped with despair. A horned student glanced around uncertainly, while another asked shakily, What is this place? A third, covering their nose, complained about a strange smell, their companion adding nervously, Feels like something's about to jump out. Their eyes were wide with fear. Adele, watching their reactions with a faint smile, thought, Looks like they're finally reacting. A grim satisfaction touched his mind. Samuel snapped coldly, Stop crowding in front of me. Keep moving. Adele noted silently, He's not fazed at all. That guy's weird. As they ventured deeper into the foreboding facility, the students pressed further into Orgon's ominous depths. Adele flinched at an unseen stimulus, surprised. Idea announced, We've reached the training site, her voice cutting through the tense silence. They stood overlooking a vast, multi-tiered prison complex, the air thick with despair. Adele, Noting his classmates' shocked expressions, said grimly, "This is Orgon's true nature." Hell. The words hung like a shroud. Flashes of emaciated, bloodied prisoners behind bars flickered in his mind, their forms barely human. Idea appeared confidently, explaining, "As you see, this is a prison for humans who attack the demon kingdom. Each one has killed at least one demon-hardened criminals. Some are even pregnant women or children." Her tone was cold. She gestured toward a chained, gaunt prisoner before them, continuing with a smirk. "You're probably curious about your training. Look closely, everyone." Her eyes gleamed with anticipation. Dark energy swirled around her as she approached the panicked prisoner, who let out choked sounds of terror. Grabbing his face, she ordered, "Swallow your screams. It'll be quick." A glowing green orb materialized in her hand, pulsing with malevolent energy. The students watched in horror as a girl covered her mouth, the prisoner's muffled cries of pain ringing out. Suddenly, he screamed as his body dissolved into black particles, splattering the stone floor with a sickening sound that echoed in the abrupt silence. Adele flinched, muttering a disgusted sound under his breath. "Idea, smug," explained the task simply. "All you have to do is kill a human your way. Easy, right?" Her gaze swept over their pale faces. Some students immediately vomited, overwhelmed by the sight and sound. Yet Adele remained eerily calm, his expression masked as he thought. Even after witnessing such a brutal death, he felt strangely unaffected. Perhaps because he'd synced with Adele. A cold realization. He reaffirmed his resolve. No matter how bad things got, his goal wouldn't waver. He'd survive, fix this world's damned ending, and fulfill Adele's wish. This silent vow steadied him. Idea turned to Adele, the class leader, asking, "Any final words?" Her tone was challenging. Adele approached a cell where a gaunt, chained prisoner cowered, holding a glowing, sinister-looking dagger. He paused, then asked calmly, "Anything to say before it ends?" His voice was emotionless. The prisoner, eyes blazing with hatred, spat defiantly, "My only regret is not killing more of you demons. We humans will wipe you all out." His voice rang with conviction. Adele, his blood-splattered face expressionless from the prior execution, stabbed the dagger into the prisoner without a word. He thought darkly, killing him after hearing that felt even better. Turning to Idea, watching closely, Adele asked, "Is that enough?" His expression unreadable. Idea clapped slowly, remarking, "Perfect." Her lips curled into a satisfied smile. She addressed the remaining students, "Now, as your class leader did, enter a cell and start training." Her voice carried authority. But she quickly added, "Oh, half-demon students, step aside for a moment." Her sharp gaze targeted them. Luna, the pink-haired girl, and another male student looked visibly distressed by the sudden discrimination. Idea ordered, "Stand over there," gesturing to a specific area. Adele observed, "Only half-demons are singled out. So there are more than just Luna and me in this class." But Luna looks really shaken. A detached concern surfaced. Idea revealed with a cruel smile, "These students have specific prisoners to kill." Her words dripped with malice. She gestured toward a row of gaunt, kneeling figures. Adele's expression froze as he realized, these prisoners are half-demons. The truth chilled him. Idea continued, her voice venomous, "You need to prove you're different from these traitors." Her eyes held no mercy. A male half-demon student, his face twisted with anger and perhaps fear, shouted, "Do you know how much we've suffered because of you?" and brutally kicked a half-demon prisoner with savage force. Another joined in, yelling, "Why? You deserve to die. Just die." His voice broke with a mix of rage and hysteria. Adele watched the horrific scene unfold, his expression grim as he thought, "So it's begun." The air grew heavier. A chilling hiss echoed through the prison, underscoring the harsh reality of the training. As other half-demon students attacked prisoners with brutality, Samuel, his eyes glowing with eerie green light, unleashed a terrifying dark green entity, commanding, "Devour them." His voice dripped with dark power. The entity lunged at a panicked prisoner, whose scream cut off abruptly. Luna cried out in anguish, clutching her head as tears streamed down her face, overwhelmed by the brutality. Adele, observing Samuel's actions, thought, he didn't need to kill like that with his magic. Is he eager to tear humans apart, or is this a show? Luna continued sobbing, clearly broken by the violence. Adele noted, Luna's completely falling apart. If Idea notices her like this, it'll be bad. A practical concern arose. Pronce approached Idea, saying calmly, Idea. Idea, arms crossed, her expression stern, turned to her, raising an eyebrow. Pronce asked, "As long as she kills with her abilities, I pass." right? Seeking clarity on the test parameters. Idea confirmed. Yes, technically. A faint smile flickered on her lips. Prones, with a resolute gaze, said simply, got it. She ordered a human. You're bound to me now. Kill the human beside you. Her voice was absolute, devoid of warmth. Prones unhesitatingly reached for a panicked, gaunt prisoner, her eyes glowing with eerie pink light as her power took hold. The prisoner screamed, another pleading, don't do this. Their cries were lost in the oppressive air. Prones remained impassive as the prisoner choked, life draining away. After a moment, she asked flatly, done? Idea replied, yes, you pass. We can fix that softness in time. Her assessment was clinical. Adele observed Prones, noting with a faint hum, she doesn't lack hatred for humans, but she's softer than I expected. A surprising observation. Idea then turned to the last half-demon student, saying icily, now, only one remains, Cadet Luna. Luna gasped, her tear-streaked face pale, trembling uncontrollably. Idea, with a cruel smile, ordered, prove who you are. Her voice cut like a whip. Adele watched grimly, thinking, if Luna can't complete this training, the consequences will be severe. Luna, eyes wide with fear, whispered, no, I can't. Please, let me out. Her plea was fragile against such brutality. Collapsing to her knees, she cried, pathetic. Tears streamed as she wailed that for a man not even worth calling a father, she'd come here to avenge her mother, who lived a hellish life. She could do nothing, her fists clenched uselessly, mocking her own helplessness. Adele approached and asked gently, you okay? Luna looked up, startled by his sudden presence, and asked uncertainly, Adele? He smiled reassuringly, saying, wait a moment. I'll help you with your training, Luna. Facing a grotesque, bound figure, likely a prisoner, Adele declared with calm resolve, let's begin. Luna stared, eyes wide with shock, her breath catching in disbelief. Adele handed her a sinister-looking dagger, explaining that fear was natural, but she had to do this. Luna, trembling, gripped the dagger, her hands shaking uncontrollably. Adele gently placed his hand over hers, urging her to relax, soothingly saying, if you keep moving forward, you'll be fine. Luna gritted her teeth, her face twisted with intense inner conflict. Tears welled as she struggled to find resolve. Adele patted her head gently, offering simple comfort, good job. Then, with a knowing smile, he muttered, that was close. Elsewhere, Idea stood with arms crossed, her expression stern, declaring, it's clear what happens to a half-demon who can't kill a human. At best, expulsion. At worst, something far worse. She approached Adele and Luna, her voice sharp with disapproval. I don't know what you're thinking, class leader. Adele stayed silent while Luna looked on anxiously. Idea continued, you don't expect her to pass after that, do you? But Adele smiled confidently, stating, no, Cadet Luna passes. Idea's expression twisted in disbelief as she snapped, what did you say? Adele explained calmly. You said if we kill a human with our abilities, we pass. Luna's the only healer in all of Saitan. I helped her because I recognized the value of that talent. Idea scoffed, laughing dryly. Huh. Unbelievable. So, by that logic, you'd say you wouldn't help a student without talent? Adele replied coldly. Of course, if they lack talent, I'd leave them behind. A calculated smile curved his lips. Idea's expression hardened. She remarked icily that he only remembered what suited him, but she'd remember his words. She announced she'd check on the others and ordered them to wait. As Idea left, Adele sighed in relief, thinking, crisis averted. He felt lucky his response satisfied Idea. If it had been Aries, Luna wouldn't have stood a chance. Turning to Luna, still recovering, he said gently, Luna, looks like you passed safely. Luna looked up hopefully, asking, really? Adele nodded, reassuring her. Overwhelmed with relief, Luna whispered, thank the heavens, before slumping forward, fainting. Adele caught her gently, saying simply, it's okay, rest. As Luna slept against the wall, Adele stood nearby, a determined look crossing his face. Now, the real game begins, he thought. Confident in his knowledge of Orgon's layout, he believed he had time. Observing the patrolling guards, he noted, as expected, security's tight. He concluded that to find the opportunity he sought, he needed to go underground. Resolved, Adele cloaked himself in darkness. As black energy swirled around him, he observed with satisfaction. Oh, it's working. I've definitely improved. Confident the darkness would let him slip through undetected, he focused on reaching the underground tunnel entrance. Moving stealthily through dim corridors, he froze as a stern-faced guard spun around, eyes scanning the area. Adele wondered, did he spot me? The guard paused but turned away, seemingly unaware. Adele sighed in relief, impressed by the guard's sharp instincts. He sensed a subtle difference, certain this was an Orgon guard. Knowing he had to move fast, Adele pressed on and soon found his target. Found it, he whispered. The only empty cell on the first floor had a passage inside. Activating his ability, swap position, move, he teleported into the cell in a swift blur of shadow. Landing inside, he instantly noticed a pressure mechanism on the floor, as expected. Levitating before it collapsed, he wondered how to descend safely. Recalling the depth the novel's protagonist reached, he timed it precisely, 126 meters. Nearing the bottom, he activated his ability again, landing smoothly as the sound of something piercing the ground echoed in the darkness. He'd reached the underground waterway. Next, Adele muttered as black energy swirled. Poison type, black sludge 8. Suddenly, 3 menacing black sludges with glowing purple eyes emerged from the shadows. He knew their poison was lethal on contact. Strategizing quickly, he thought, in that case, I'll target their cores from a distance. With a sharp, focused motion, he unleashed his ability. Shadow Fong, Black Blade VB. Dark energy blades sliced through the sludges, hitting their cores with precision. Knowing their weakness made dealing with them easy. Standing at the edge of a dark, murky pool, he muttered, now I just need to dive into this water. With a soft splash, Adele plunged in, sinking into the unknown. As he descended, he recalled that, per the novel's protagonist, the resting place of the great evil was here. But he wondered, I never wrote anything like that. He remembered this was where a demon who led a rebellion centuries ago was sealed. So the great evil is a demon even the demon king couldn't handle, he mused. Well, I'll find out when I get there. Surfacing, drenched and gasping, Adele looked around, wondering, is this the place? Before him, chained to the wall, was a ghastly white skeleton. He quickly noticed a beating heart in its chest. The heart in the skeleton, it must hold the opportunity. I'm about to claim it. Reaching out with quiet confidence, his fingers drew closer. But as he closed his eyes to focus, the heart began beating erratically, glowing with intense red light. Alarm surged as his eyes widened. Wait, the heart, he stammered in his mind. Without warning, the ground beneath him shook violently, throwing him off balance. Stumbling, he thought, this is insane. The moment had shifted from opportunity to chaos, and Adele realized whatever came next wouldn't be easy. In a fleeting moment, the skeleton before Adele seemed to come alive. Its entire form was suddenly yanked into the air, hovering menacingly. Behind it, a blazing golden sigil appeared, glowing like the sun. Adele could only stare, dumbfounded. I can't believe this is actually happening. And that sigil, it's identical to the tattoo of my clan on the back of my neck. Wait, could the traitor of the Demon Kingdom be connected to his family? The skeleton, as if running out of time, spoke urgently, its voice echoing directly into Adele's mind. Child of the Arson, listen closely to my words. If you hear my thoughts, it means we now share a burden. Chaos was born from me. Do not let yourself be consumed by that chaos. Chaos distorts the natural order of the world. If you lose yourself chasing its meaning, you'll end up like me. With that final warning, the skeleton slowly disintegrated, scattering into the air as gray dust. Its message delivered, its existence faded. All that remained was the ashen heart, silent once more. Adele reached out, grasping it and examining it closely. I can feel it. There's a will inside this, a fierce desire for destruction. It must be the final wish passed down from Adele's ancestor. Then the heart crumbled, turning to dust in his palm. Curious to know what he'd gained, Adele quickly opened his status window. His eyes lit up at the text, Soul Transference, a new skill. He couldn't hold back, shouting, a soul manipulation skill. Finally, I've got it. I've waited so long for this. Let's try it. Without hesitation, he drew his trusty dagger and tried moving it with his will alone. Clang. The dagger fell to the floor, clattering sharply, unmoving. Adele blinked, then knelt to pick it up. It's not that I lack the ability, I just haven't mastered this skill. I need more practice. Still, this is huge progress. I've got a lead on chaos and unlocked a new skill. That's a major win. He glanced around. Nothing useful left here. Better head back before anyone notices I'm gone. Without delay, Adele rushed back to the meeting point. Unfortunately, Prones had noticed. The moment she saw him return, the proud white-haired girl marched over, snapping, "Where were you sneaking off to?" Caught off guard, Adele flashed an awkward smile. "Just took a little walk, to stretch my legs." Prones didn't buy it for a second. "Really? You expect me to believe you were strolling alone in a place like this?" Unfazed, Adele waved her off. What can I say? The sight of humans caged behind bars was pretty striking. His nonchalant attitude only fueled Prones' anger. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Where were you really?" But Adele was already scanning the area, clearly done with her interrogation. "Wonder where I wandered off to," he muttered. Just then, Luna appeared nearby, her voice calm as she greeted them. Adele turned to her with a smile. "Oh, Luna, sleep well?" The 14-year-old nodded lightly. "Yeah, I slept great." Seeing her so composed, Adele sighed in relief. "Good. You were out so cold. I worried someone could have carried you off without you noticing." Turning back to Luna, she hadn't forgotten his earlier help. Softly, she murmured, Thanks for helping me. If it weren't for you, I probably—" Before she could finish, Adele flashed his usual charming smile, cutting her off. "No worries. No need to thank me." It sounded casual, even suave, but behind his friendly mask, Adele's thoughts told a different story. "Now Luna owes me. I just need the right moment to cash in that favor. A little leverage never hurts." Soon after, their wandering instructor returned. Idea, still brimming with energy, clapped her hands and called, "All right, everyone, gather up. Lucky for you, no one failed this time. I'm starting to see some fire in your eyes. But don't get cocky. We've got more ahead. Let's head back." The students let out a collective sigh of relief, some even smiling. Adele, more than anyone, was glad to leave that grim prison, finally escaping this time-frozen hell. Time flew back at school. A week later, things had mostly settled. Students who trembled after being forced to take lies were now calmer, some even joking lightly. As for Adele, "I've been secretly practicing my new skill, soul transference, and just in time." The instructors kept mentioning the midterm exam. He glanced around the room. In the novel, Sidon's first years attacked the Royal Academy during the midterm exam. That meant something big was coming, likely tied to an assault on the human kingdom. His eyes narrowed. How many of them will survive? That's the real question. And honestly, it was worth pondering. Just then, something caught his attention. Luna. She was sneaking glances at him from across the room, but the moment their eyes met, she flinched and quickly looked away. Her reaction didn't escape Adele. He raised an eyebrow, a spark of curiosity crossing his face. What's up with her? Why is she acting like that? Unable to resist, Adele approached and lightly tapped her shoulder. The sudden touch made her jump. "Adele, you startled me," Luna yelped, spinning around. Adele looked at her calmly, almost playfully. "You didn't answer, so I thought I'd sneak up a bit. You look off. Something wrong." His words hit a nerve. Luna instantly panicked, waving her hands in denial. And no, nothing's wrong. But her reaction only deepened Adele's suspicion. "Really?" he asked, voice laced with doubt. Luna nodded so vigorously it was almost comical. "Really, I swear." After a few seconds, Adele sighed inwardly. She's definitely hiding something. But instead of pressing, he gave her an out. "Want to grab lunch together?" Luna blinked, caught off guard. "Lunch?" Adele nodded. "Unless you've got other plans." Her pink-haired face quickly broke into a relieved smile. No, let's have lunch together," she replied eagerly. That made Adele nod, satisfied. "I'll wait at the dining hall entrance at noon." Her reaction, especially the warmth in her eyes, reassured him. She looks more at ease, a bit fragile, but approachable. She's not scared of me anymore. Seems I've scored some points with her. At noon in Orgon, Adele waited outside the dining hall, but Luna was nowhere in sight. He checked the time again, frowning. Lunch break's almost over. Where'd she go? He sighed. "I don't usually eat alone, but looks like I've got no choice." Back to the dorm to keep practicing, then. Disappointed, he turned to leave but stopped after a few steps. Two familiar figures were approaching from the other side of the path, Renee and Diana. Oh no, his mind froze. Not now. Without hesitation, Adele activated his swap position skill and vanished in a flash of energy just before being spotted. That was close. Renee stopped, her instincts tingling. She narrowed her eyes, scanning the area. Diana, a few steps ahead, noticed and turned back. Something wrong, Renee? She asked. Renee gave the area one last glance, seeing nothing suspicious, then turned to Diana. Thought I saw my escort. Must have been my imagination. Meanwhile, a few bushes away, Adele crouched low, heart pounding. Why are they here? His thoughts raced. Those two are the worst-case scenario. I heard enough at Orgon. If they find out I'm an Arson descendant, I'm done for. His mind replayed memories. I'm not just a side character in this story. I'm central to the Demon Kingdom's downfall. Worse, I killed the Demon King, him and his wife. If that truth gets out, it's over. Adele bit his lip, slowly crawling back from the area. Only when he was far enough did he sigh in relief. Too close. Too risky. He glanced around the small forest behind the dining hall and smirked. Not a bad spot. Way better than that cramped dorm room. Maybe I'll make this my new training ground. As he prepared to start, a scream shattered the silence. High-pitched, desperate, and painfully familiar. Adele's head snapped up. That voice. Luna. Without hesitation, he bolted toward the sound. Arriving at a small clearing, the sight before him turned his blood cold. Luna stood there, face streaked with tears, her voice trembling. Please. Stop. Stop it. Witnessing the young girl being bullied by a crowd sent Adele's blood boiling to a dangerous degree. She turned to him with a glimmer of hope, struggling to hold herself together. Adele sized up the thugs and recognized them as classmates. He quickly grasped the situation. With a voice laced with barely concealed rage, he ordered the thugs to return to class. They were clearly bullying Luna, despite everyone here being half-demons. The leader of the group, defiant from the start, refused to acknowledge Adele's authority as class leader. These fools, lacking any real skill, thought Adele couldn't handle a 3-on-1 situation. They were quickly proven wrong. With pure mana brimming with killing intent, Adele seized one thug by the throat without lifting a finger. The other two froze, sensing the terrifying hostility from the class leader. These idiots dared to challenge him, yet a mere taste of his intent left them paralyzed. He dropped the thug to the ground, glaring down at the pathetic worm. Surprisingly, Adele realized he'd underestimated one thug on the sidelines. The boy with a spiderweb tattoo on his cheek showed no fear, calmly analyzing Adele's every move. After teaching one a lesson, Adele advised the thugs to stop embarrassing themselves and leave. Hearing them yap more, he issued a final warning, giving them one last chance to shut up. It was still lunchtime, and he didn't want to see their guts before eating. Limping away, the three fools retreated with their tails between their legs. The boy with the spiderweb tattoo remained calm and composed, eyeing Adele cautiously. Such composure was unusual for a student. Besides Luna, Class A might have another rough gem. As the thugs left, Luna ran to her savior, expressing heartfelt gratitude. Held up too long, their lunch plans had to be postponed. Class was about to start, so they needed to hurry back. He'd heard they'd be learning real magic today, so he didn't want to be late. Day by day, Luna grew closer to her fox-eyed savior. Minutes later, Instructor Roble entered the classroom and announced excitedly that they'd begin learning practical magic. Today's focus was two techniques, invisibility and silence, skills that shouldn't fall into the hands of perverts. Coincidentally, these were Adele's specialties. The purpose was simple: how to handle someone stronger on the battlefield. Sometimes, assassination was the only way. For some, such shady methods weren't a choice, but a necessity. Currently, no student in Class A could defeat a human hero in direct combat. To start, Roble demonstrated invisibility. He carefully explained how to heat their demon tattoos slowly, circulating and releasing mana gradually. Even with low mana purity, they had to spread a thin, even mana cloak over their body. Failure to do so meant failure. After executing every step perfectly, the instructor vanished without a trace. That must be why no one noticed Robolt enter during Adele's clash with Samuel. Reappearing exactly where he vanished, he tasked the students with wrapping mana around their bodies. First, they had to close their eyes and focus entirely on manipulating mana precisely, a difficult task. It required patience, as even accidental success after a few tries wouldn't let the caster see their own body. Each student poured their full effort and mana control into the task. Roble estimated it would take over a day for one of these kids to achieve any success. One standout was Laurel Fron. With her deep cyan mana pool and strong control, she was unsurprising as a child of the Seven Sins. More impressively, Samuel, the notoriously defiant boy, showed remarkable control. His body was already fading. He must have a natural talent for this technique. For average students, a week of practice was the threshold to grasp invisibility's complexity. Fron and Samuel were at genius level. While busy praising the rich kids, Roble noticed a standout student missing. The chaos attribute Kid Aries had warned him about. Looking at Adele Pixie's seat, his physical form had completely vanished. Roble recalled the boy was there at the lecture's start. While the instructor panicked internally, Adele effortlessly maintained invisibility, thanks to his body's latent talent. Invisibility magic was too easy to master, and he was already thinking of blending his chaos attribute into it. The invisibility and assassination skills discussed today weren't enough to handle truly powerful foes. He needed a stronger killing method. Back at the dorm, Robold intercepted Adele in the hallway. He only wanted to know if Adele had practiced magic before enrolling at Sidan. Seeing no harm, Adele admitted he was new to magic but could always use his innate talent. Recognizing a generational talent, Robold invited Adele to visit his lab often. The LeBron of Invisibility praised Adele's exceptional potential in magic and the untapped possibilities of his rare chaos attribute. Adele might excel at assassination, but exploring other paths wouldn't hurt. With plans for today, he promised to visit Robolt's lab another time. This would help his school life if he kept up his guise as a magic genius. In the dorm, Adele needed to handle something before the midterm exam. To do so, he needed a technique beyond mere invisibility. With Samuel absent, it was the perfect time to practice. If events followed his novel, a human spy was hiding in the Demon Kingdom. He couldn't let them spot him. Adele had to find and kill that spy at all costs. A high-level spy would be tough, so mastering his trump card was key. Beyond simple invisibility, he aimed to both exist and not exist simultaneously. With a perfect blend of compatible attributes and mastery of basic invisibility, he succeeded after a few tries. The technique was so effective he couldn't see himself anymore. As his existence and presence dissolved, Adele felt an ominous foreboding. Perhaps he'd overdone the non-existence part of this technique. And now, he was struggling to breathe. His body felt alien, and his instincts screamed to dispel this dangerous magic. As he tried to disperse the mana, he found he couldn't forcibly shut it off. He needed to do it now, or he'd vanish from existence forever. Focusing all his strength to regain control of his mana, he managed to dispel the modified invisibility after several attempts. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses dulled. It was truly terrifying to lose control. Worse, his mana was severely depleted, making it harder to stop this erasure technique. Had he not regained control in time, he could have been swallowed into nothingness entirely. The experience made him understand why his ancestor warned about being consumed by chaos's power. Still, he couldn't abandon such a promising trump card. A brand new technique, blending a renowned spell with his chaos attribute, would be a deadly weapon in his hands. He dubbed it absolute invisibility. Suddenly, while gasping from exhaustion, his infuriating roommate burst in and kicked him hard. Samuel shouted angrily, but Adele couldn't make out a word. Thinking back, he couldn't hear his own voice either. The worst-case scenario crept into his mind. Had he lost his hearing? After things settled in the dorm and his hearing returned, Adele decided to continue practicing the new technique on Sitan's outskirts. This time, he controlled absolute invisibility better. Fortunately, the backlash didn't cost him hearing but his sight. Now he was certain using absolute invisibility came at the cost of losing one or two senses. He'd tested and refined the spell over a week, experiencing loss of hearing, taste, touch, and now sight. Luckily, the drawback only lasted about 2 hours each time. The downside was he couldn't choose or predict which sense he'd lose. Currently, the technique was only safe for about 3 seconds, practically useless. A high-risk, low-reward technique wasn't worth it. Perhaps he could unleash it if he ensured a killing blow. Besides practicing absolute invisibility, he tried combining his chaos attribute with other properties, but failed. The most direct way to grow stronger now was swordsmanship and mana training. Without sight, he was stuck in the forest for 2 hours, blind. Since he often came here early mornings, he wasn't worried about missing class. Class A was overseen by the strict Instructor Aries. After regaining his sight, Adele had to line up and run like his life depended on it. Weeks had passed, and class was all physical training instead of swordsmanship. After a grueling fitness session, Aries ordered the students to gather. As class leader, Adele was used to relaying the instructor's orders to his classmates. Naturally, this always irked the muscle-bound jerk, still bitter about Adele's appointment to the role. Clearing his throat, Instructor Aries announced they'd cut back on fitness to start formal swordsmanship training. Adele wasn't the only student thrilled to hear running would decrease. Today's swordsmanship lesson began with a demonstration. Drawing his sword, Aries motioned for the class leader to step up. Adele had no choice but to comply. Aries brusquely asked if he could already channel mana into a sword. Adele honestly answered he could. Aries sternly ordered him to go all out with mana-infused sword strikes and attack. To level the playing field, the instructor would use no mana, only pure strength. Knowing the man's grudge, Adele was sure he wanted to stage a humiliating scene. Before attacking, Adele confirmed Aries would only use his sword. With that condition, Adele drew his trusty dagger. Though allowed to use mana, using his innate attribute might be overkill. For now, he wanted to probe the instructor's skill. From the start, he saw Aries' stance had no openings to exploit. In the human world, he'd be a high-tier expert, but in the demon kingdom, swordsmanship was judged by mana channeled into weapons. Ranks meant little here. Channeling mana into a weapon wasn't easy, and Adele knew the instructor underestimated him, bruising his ego slightly. If so, Adele just needed to exceed expectations. Lunging like an arrow, he aimed for the right carotid artery for a kill. Naturally, landing the opening blow wasn't easy. Aries easily dodged by shifting his angle. The second phase of the attack began as Adele spun the dagger's handle, circling back with a swift follow-up, confident he could land a critical hit. Aries stared and insulted his unpolished technique. The instructor flexed his massive muscles and blocked the dagger without raising his sword to defend. Then, a brutal counterattack to the spine sent Adele crashing to the ground. The class watched as Aries used excessive force in a simple demonstration. Adele's fall left a large crater in the training ground. He coughed and gasped, lungs collapsing from the ruthless counter. Not stopping, Aries raised his sword, seemingly aiming for the student's neck with killing intent radiating. Adele sensed death approaching. From the crowd, Luna anxiously called his name. With one hand raising his heavy sword overhead, Aries brought it down with a devastating strike meant to annihilate. The impact shattered the training ground's floor. Even Samuel realized this was too violent for a swordsmanship lesson. If that depraved jerk felt that way, something was clearly wrong. Fortunately, Adele had infused mana into his body and rolled out of the strike's range just in time. Through telekinesis, he deflected the sword at the last moment to survive the brutality. A split second earlier or later, and he'd have been cleaved in two. Aries sensed the disruption in his blade's path. Adele stood, confronting the hulking man for trying to kill a student without cause. Aries casually pulled the dagger lodged in his chest as if it were nothing, calmly dismissing the accusation. He tossed Adele's dagger to the ground and ordered him back to the line, telling him to shut up. Then, the bastard instructor asked the class leader how it felt to face someone of his caliber head-on. Adele didn't mince words, stating that what happened was the tactic of the week. Explaining further, he was allowed to use mana, but his opponent had limited himself. He deduced that Aries wanted to show the class that the only way for the weak to defeat the strong was to be willing to sacrifice themselves for damage. By Adele's estimate, Aries could have easily dodged his final blow but chose to take the dagger, as if planned from the start. Surprisingly, Aries acknowledged Adele's answer as correct. He wanted to drill into the students' heads that the human world was full of terrifyingly powerful individuals. Defeating them without taking risks was nearly impossible. Demons had to lull such strong foes into complacency and, when necessary, boldly expose weaknesses for a surprise attack. What he taught wasn't noble swordsmanship. In the real world and real war, such things didn't exist. Aries wouldn't teach flashy swordplay, only what led to victory. From now on, they wouldn't be limited to swords. This was a weapons class. He implied death didn't matter as long as victory was secured. Aries was planting this idea for the midterm exam. By now, the human Royal Academy's instructors were surely on high alert. The human spy must have leaked Seiton's current situation. In the novel, Seiton students would fall like flies, while Royal Academy students emerged unscathed. Aries might suspect Adele was the spy. To clear his name, Adele had to find the traitor first. After the ostentatious display, Aries dismissed the students. While others returned to class orderly, Adele stayed put. Aries eyed him with irritation, asking if he planned to rebel over what happened. Adele smiled, denying the ridiculous notion, but as Aries turned away, his concealed hostility flared. He couldn't rely on someone who suspected him of being a spy. Aries also despised the ruthless, assassin-like side Adele showed from day one. Adele couldn't suppress it. His killer instincts had fully merged with him. They were necessary to gain enough authority and power to suppress the seven sins' might. However, if Aries kept crossing lines like in the training ground, Adele would find a way to make that musclehead pay. While plotting revenge against the instructor, Luna approached, sensing a trace of his leaking killing intent. He apologized for startling her again, this time unintentionally. She came to make up for their missed lunch date. Today seemed like a good day. Adele gladly agreed, lighting up Luna's face. In the dining hall, they ordered lavish dishes fit for nobility. It had been a while since Adele ate anything this fancy, even for lunch. The table was laden with delicacies. Luna worried that wasting food might anger the gluttony god. As they prepared to eat, the thugs Adele had disciplined earlier walked in. They noticed Adele and Luna, but before causing trouble, Adele waved with a smile, making the three fools decide not to engage. Unlike the other two, Spider-Boy remained intrigued by Adele. Seizing the moment, Adele asked Luna what happened with those three. She confessed she'd been bullied by other half-demons. She didn't know why. They just started mocking her at some point. She blamed her weakness and lack of special physical abilities. Perhaps she didn't realize the true value of her healing powers. Luna added that the three never hit her, only hurling insults when passing by and occasionally taking her money. Hearing about her miserable situation, Adele advised Luna to stick close to him from now on. Luna insisted she didn't need protection, only to prove she wasn't betraying demonkind. But that was all the more reason for them to stick together, as Adele was investigating. He asked what Luna knew about the boy with the spiderweb tattoo. Maybe he was from Hunter x Hunter. According to Luna, his name was Kyle. The name jogged Adele's memory of a character named Kyle in the novel. Probing further, you learned Kyle was a pure-blood demon but hung out with half-demons. In Luna's eyes, he was especially terrifying, looking at her like she was a repulsive bug. Wasn't that how they looked at humans in Orgon? Kyle shot to the top of Adele's spy suspect list. He briefly considered requesting a data sheet to confirm, but figured it might be a waste of money. To avoid more headaches, he'd check himself. He already had plenty of data on this spy. Adele stood, approached the three fools' table, and greeted them politely. They reacted with a mix of fear and hostility, while Kyle remained impassive. Casually, Adele mentioned hearing about a first-year girl at the Royal Academy. Kyle stayed focused on his meal. Adele added that she was a half-demon with a living relative, an older brother. At that, he sensed Kyle tense in his seat. To provoke a reaction from the suspect, Adele dropped the name Ray with a venomous tone. In that moment, Kyle likely realized his cover was blown, and Adele was a far bigger problem than he'd anticipated. Things were about to escalate too far. The green-haired thug, eyes flashing with ferocity, stepped close, his iron grip clamping onto Adele's shoulder as he roared, voice thick with rage, "Can't you just get lost?" Before he could finish, Adele, with an icy glare, seized his tie, yanked hard, and slammed him down onto the wooden table where Kyle sat. The impact thundered like a storm, splintering the table, debris scattering everywhere. The green-haired thug collapsed, head spinning, eyes dazed, blood trickling from a gash on his forehead. Before he could recover, Adele twisted his wrist with practiced precision, his gaze sharp as a blade, and spoke in a low, menacing tone, so that name was right. On the ground, the thug clutched his head, blood streaming through his fingers, howling in pain, his voice cracking with fear and humiliation. Right after Adele's words, Kyle, barely containing the fury boiling within, slowly stood. His gray eyes were deep, like a storm held back, betraying no emotion. Without a word, he turned and walked away, his tall silhouette etched against the dim hallway. Watching him go, Adele affirmed to himself with a subtle smile, "Found you." The three gathered in an old bathroom, the flickering fluorescent light casting a weak glow from the ceiling. The green-haired thug, face still smeared with blood, furiously washed his wound under cold water, hands trembling with anger. Suddenly, he slammed his fist into the wall, the impact echoing in the cramped space. He growled through gritted teeth, "Damn it. That filthy half-breed again." Turning to Kyle, his eyes blazing, he shouted, "You're gonna get revenge, right?" Kyle, still brooding, didn't respond, his cold eyes staring into the void as if lost in deep calculations. Seeing his silence, the green-haired thug's rage flared, stepping closer, voice sharp. "What's that? Why aren't you answering?" Kyle remained silent, his face as still as stone. Enraged to the breaking point, the thug lunged, shouting, "You're the one who said not to trust half-demons, yet you're cozying up to them. Now you're ditching us." He grabbed Kyle's collar, yelling, "You cowardly bastard." But as the words left his mouth, Kyle, like a beast provoked, spun with terrifying speed, seized the thug's head, and smashed it into the brick wall. The dry crack resounded, followed by the thug's pained cry. Unrelenting, Kyle, his face twisted with fury, slammed the head again and again, each strike rhythmic like the heartbeat of a destructive machine. The wall began to crack, debris crumbling to the floor. The blonde thug nearby, face pale, watched in horror. Finally, as the wall was stained with blood, Kyle stopped, still gripping the thug's head, his voice low and laced with killing intent. "You pests are too annoying." The blonde, trembling, stammered, "Hey, Kyle, what are you doing?" At that moment, Kyle seemed like a different person. His eyes glowed red, like fresh blood, as he glared at the blonde, who collapsed in fear. Kyle roared, voice ice cold, "Get out of my sight before I kill you all." The two scrambled to support each other, stumbling out of the bathroom, leaving Kyle alone in the eerie silence. He approached the sink, splashing cold water on his face, the icy chill restoring some clarity. Staring into the mirror, his reflection blurred, he muttered to himself. How did he know? His cognitive dampening spell and disguise magic were flawless, cast by the best mage. As a half-demon, the odds of his identity being exposed were slim. Could Adele be a human spy? No, the Barrist clan vouched for his identity. A haunting question gnawed at Kyle. "Adele, who the hell are you? How do you know about my sister?" His eyes turned feral, murderous thoughts rising. He cursed inwardly, "I'd better kill him before he exposes me." Night fell, and in the darkened dorm, Kyle laid out weapons on an old wooden table, the oil lamp's light glinting off sharp blades. He checked each one, fingers gliding over the metal, ensuring perfect sharpness. In his mind, he planned, to kill him, I need to be thorough. First, he had to send the intel he'd gathered. His identity seemed compromised by Adele. As he prepared to write a letter, the door burst open, Adele striding in with a forceful push, startling Kyle. Adele, looking exhausted like he'd run a marathon, sighed, voice light, "Haha, almost late." "Kyle?" I sharp, asked, "How'd you know to come here?" Adele adjusted his clothes, flashing a relaxed smile, "Nice night, isn't it?" As Adele approached, Kyle, without hesitation, hurled the pin he held, shouting, "Nice, my ass. Without you, it'd be a peaceful night." The pin shot forward, but Adele sidestepped effortlessly, catching it, his voice calm, that was uncalled for. A sudden explosion erupted behind Adele, making him flinch. A brilliant golden energy orb streaked toward him, fast as lightning. Adele dodged, realizing Kyle had attacked. He smirked, voice mocking, "Dual element magic? Energy orb? Not even hiding your identity anymore? Using magic means you're a half-demon, and this form is fake." Kyle, not denying it, replied coldly, "That's right. You even found this secret place, so you know everything, don't you?" Adele grinned, eyes gleaming, "Guess so." Furious, Kyle unleashed more magic attacks, shouting, "How do you know about Ray?" Adele, with astonishing agility, dodged each strike, running while thinking, worried about his sister first in this situation? Makes sense. Kyle's not acting for humans. A sister with a rare condition, mana pooling in her heart beyond her body's capacity, drove him to work with humans to cure her terminal illness. Facing Adele's evasive stance, Kyle kept launching fierce magic, yelling, "Answer me." Adele didn't fight back, only dodged, but a thought sparked. Why not uproot it all? His lips curled, and he adjusted his clothes, saying calmly, "Know what? How could I know? I've never even met your sister." "Oh, but her pitiful smile when she's about to cry is beautiful. So beautiful I want to crush it." At that, Kyle's body shook with rage. His eyes blazed red, lips pressed tight, his mana like a volcano ready to erupt. Unable to hold back, he roared, "You damn dog." Adele, unfazed, replied, "Use the right words to be a spy. Damn Cerberus fits better." The taunt was like pouring oil on fire. Kyle clenched his fists, shouting, "Shut up." He thrust both hands forward, forming a massive glowing magic orb surrounded by crackling lightning, yelling, "I'll rip every bit of info you know before I kill you." Seeing Kyle lose control as planned, Adele smirked inwardly. He's hooked. Turning, he mocked, "Try it." Kyle launched the orb at terrifying speed. But Adele wasn't passive. In a flash, he used his swap position skill, swapping places with the orb. The wall behind where he stood shuddered from a violent explosion, smoke and dust billowing. Kyle, stunned by his opponent's ability, muttered, "So you can teleport? Hard to believe even seeing it." Adele smiled. "Close enough. You've investigated me so thoroughly, you must know it all, right?" Regaining composure, Kyle said, "So you've known my identity all along, haven't you?" Adele nodded. "Something like that." Kyle, eyes cold, stepped closer, voice low. "I see." In that case, Adele thought, he's finally realized he can't win. But contrary to his assumption, Kyle gritted his teeth, an immense mana surge erupting around him. Countless golden magic orbs appeared, wrapped in crackling lightning, shaking the space. The sudden move startled Adele, his eyes flashing with wariness at his opponent's terrifying power. Seeing countless glowing energy orbs swirling around Kyle, Adele mutters to himself, "Third circle multi-magic? At least 20 strikes. Easier than I thought." A faint smirk curls his lips. Almost suspiciously easy. Kyle remains intensely focused, his icy eyes locked on Adele. The orbs, radiant like tiny stars, hover around him. Without hesitation, he swings his arm, commanding them to surge toward Adele, roaring, "Die." The orbs scream through the air, aimed at Adele's body. But just as they're about to hit, Adele silently activates his position swap skill. In a flash, he vanishes, replaced by an energy orb at his former spot. Kyle's orbs, now targetless, slam into the stone wall behind, triggering a dazzling explosion that shakes the space. Spotting Adele charging forward, Kyle grins with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming triumphantly. "I've been waiting for that trick," he shouts. But before he can savor the moment, Adele uses position swap again. In an instant, he appears behind Kyle, swift as a shadow. Kyle spins around, stunned. How did he chain them? Before Kyle can finish, a dense wave of dark magic erupts from Adele, enveloping the area. The darkness, like a living veil, swallows the light, turning the scene oppressive and eerie. Kyle stammers, voice trembling. "This is..." Adele cuts him off, voice cold, "Sleep." Without giving Kyle a chance to react, Adele strikes the back of his neck. Kyle collapses, unconscious, his body slumping onto the cold ground. Adele exhales, muttering, "Phew, finally got him." Scanning the items Kyle had prepared, he remarks, "All this just to kill me?" His gaze lingers on Kyle's unconscious form. A thought flickers, should I kill him now? But he dismisses it. "No, I need the information he's got. Killing him would make Ray an enemy. Kyle's manageable, but Ray, that's another story." In Adele's mind, Ray's image is vivid. With the protagonist's help, she's become a powerful contractor, cured of her fatal illness. The dragon heart gave her immense mana control, turning her into a grand mage, a legendary heroine. If Ray sought vengeance for her brother, even Adele would struggle to escape unscathed. Their bond, it's that strong. He muses, eyes pensive. He notices a small device nearby, resembling a camera. A one-way communication device, no status updates. They probably still think Ray's suffering. Turning to Kyle, his voice lowers. "But that doesn't mean I'm letting you go. If only there was a way to make you obey." Kyle stirs, showing signs of waking. A sly smile crosses Adele's face. "Got it," he thinks. "There's a way." Kyle opens his eyes, scanning himself and finding no injuries. Glaring at Adele, he snaps, "What's your game?" Adele raises an eyebrow, feigning surprise. "Game? I don't follow." Kyle roars, "Why didn't you kill me? Why let me wake up?" Adele smiles, his tone gentle but laced with danger. "Oh, I was waiting. Did you think I'd just stand there?" He pulls a small dragon from his sleeve, its body radiating thick, dark magic, making the air heavy. Kyle freezes, trembling, stammering. What the hell is that?" Adele smirks coldly. "You recognize it, don't you?" Kyle, panicked, shouts, You can control poison parasites too?" Adele nods, "Exactly." Holding up the dragon, he continues, "This is called a lethal sting. A slight trigger, and it can kill its host. But it only works properly when implanted in two people. Kyle bolts upright, eyes wild. Lethal sting. What did you do to me? A horrifying thought hits him. He yells, wait, 2 people? Don't tell me. Adele nods calmly. As you guessed, the others in Ray. Kyle shakes with rage. Adele continues casually. Her body's fascinating. Her mana sensitivity is so high it's overwhelming. Made implanting the parasite much easier. Kyle trembles violently, speechless, frozen in place. Adele adds, voice soft but commanding. Her condition's dangerous, but not incurable. Kyle snaps out of it, blurting, so? Adele interrupts. If it's me, I can cure her. Kyle glares, skeptical. You? Do what even the tribe's grand mages couldn't. Adele smiles, raising a finger. Dark mana surges from it, rousing the tiny dragon, which devours the mana like a starving beast. Adele explains slowly. The Bears clan's parasites feed on the host's mana. Ray's heart can't handle her immense mana, but the parasite absorbs it. Knowing so much about Ray, you think I can't make you submit? Watching the dragon drift back to sleep after its meal, Kyle feels his body go limp. A realization dawns. This parasite is actually saving her. Looking at Adele, he says shakily, what do you want from me? You wouldn't talk this much and let us go unless you want something. Adele steps closer, his aura heavy with menace. Sitting down, he locks eyes with Kyle, voice icy. I don't like your attitude. But don't forget, your life and your sister's are in my hands. Under the crushing pressure, Kyle grits his teeth, trembling. Finally, he nods, understood. Adele smiles, satisfied, standing up. I want 2 things. Kyle frowns. 2. Adele glances at the communication orb nearby. First, send a false message to the Royal Academy. Say Saiten's plotting to attack the 3rd-year hero candidates. Kyle protests. You're targeting other years, aren't you? I can't agree to that. Adele reassures. I get your concern. You're worried because Ray's at the academy. Cooperate, and I'll ensure her safety. Kyle's fists clench, trembling. He nods. Fine, I'll send the false message. What's the second? Adele replies instantly. Leave this place. Kyle freezes, stunned. You want me to leave Saidan? Adele nods. Yes. I need you to do something outside. Regularly gather and report rumors about hidden regions in the demon realm. Kyle agrees immediately. Fine, I'll give you what you want. Adele feels a surge of satisfaction, easier than I thought. A little lie, and when the fake message is exposed, Kyle's done for. Using his scouting skills is just a bonus. But Kyle interrupts his thoughts, voice low. I have one condition. Adele startles. What? He's daring to make demands now? He asks calmly. What condition? Kyle grits his teeth, resolute. Write a demon pact. If you refuse, kill me and my sister. I don't care. Adele's stunned, thinking a demon pact? Under the name of magic, an established pact creates an unbreakable bond. Breaking an oath sworn to the demon god costs one's life. Adele stares at Kyle, thinking, risky, but this is the surest way to control him. Seeing Adele's silence, Kyle frowns, suspicious. What are you planning? Adele smiles coldly. Fine, I accept. In his mind, a plan forms. If I slip a small loophole into the pact, breaking it won't be too hard. He turns to Kyle, voice steady. Only a Grandmaster Mage can craft such an item. Got any more? Kyle shrugs, curt, none left. Adele laughs, eyes glinting with mockery. Haha, aren't you overly confident? Kyle glares, challenging. A guy like you shouldn't have trouble finding one, right? Adele grits his teeth at Kyle's defiance, muttering, knew it. Gotta do it myself. He thinks, someone's bound to have it. The question is who? A sudden idea strikes, right? Instructor Robolt might. He speaks up. All right, I'll try to get one today. Extending his hand, he adds firmly, meet me here at dawn tomorrow. Kyle hesitates, eyes wary, then shakes hands, sealing the deal. They part ways. As Adele walks off, a smirk creeps across his face. Looks like I just got myself a useful dog. Kyle, meanwhile, grits his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Further along, unease stirs in Adele. Even if I trick them with fake info through Robolt, I'm not guaranteed to ace the midterm. Imperial University, no matter what I do, the odds of success are near zero. He clenches his fists, resolving, still, I have to try. The scene shifts to Professor Robolt's office. Robolt is engrossed in research, eyes fixed on a pile of documents. A sudden noise startles him. Adele steps in, flashing a friendly smile. "Good morning, instructor." Robolt, surprised, stands and approaches, voice warm. "You actually came as promised." Adele nods. Of course, a promise is a promise. Robolt gestures. "Sit. Want some tea?" Adele agrees. "Yes, thank you." While Robolt prepares tea, Adele scans the room. Shelves brim with documents, mana-glowing magical tools, and ancient ritual symbols carved on the walls. Not just books, rituals too. Truly a mage's lab, Adele muses, impressed. Minutes later, Robolt brings a steaming teapot. Pouring, he says, "Thanks for coming." Adele replies politely, "No, I should thank you for your hospitality." Cutting to the chase, "But why did you need me?" Robolt's face turns serious. Adjusting his glasses, he says, "It's a significant matter." Adele ponders, "Not trivial, then. Should I probe?" He tests, "Worried I'll leak something?" Robolt denies, "No, it's not that. It's just not easy to share." Adele smiles, offering, "If you want, I can sign a demon pact." Robolt startles, then replies eagerly, "Oh, if you're willing, I'll tell you everything." Adele thinks he actually has one. Robolt waves his hand, summoning a contract glowing with crimson magic, shimmering like blood. He presents it to Adele, who's stunned. "That easy?" The contract states, Adele must not disclose Robolt's research and must assist until significant results are achieved, in exchange for payment. The terms are clear. Adele asks, "You prepared this already?" Robolt scratches his head, chuckling awkwardly, "Huh?" Adele continues, "Can we tweak a term for fairness? If the research exceeds my ability, I can stop and return all payment." Robolt nods. "Reasonable. What compensation do you want?" Adele replies instantly, "A demon oath pact and 3 high-grade mana potions." Robolt strokes his chin, pondering. Adele thinks, "High-grade potions restore full mana instantly. Perfect for now." After a moment, Robolt amends the contract and hands it back. "Got it. That's cheaper than an elixir. Just sign." Adele takes it, confirming, "Just my name, right?" Robolt nods, "Yes." Before signing, Adele asks, "I'm curious. Why me? There are better students." Robolt replies calmly, "I've asked second and third years, but most were useless. I even asked Samuel from first year, but he refused, said it's a hassle." Adele chuckles inwardly, classic Samuel. After signing, he hands the contract back. Done. He thinks, "I'll need a pseudonym without Arson soon." The contract dissolves, turning into crimson mana that surges into Adele's heart. The pact is sealed. Adele feels a new energy, exclaiming, "So this is how a demon oath feels." Robolt grabs a book from a shelf, saying, "Done. Let's start." As he reaches, the bookshelf shifts, revealing a hidden tunnel. Adele, amazed, mutters, "A secret like this? Does Saitan, the headmaster, or other instructors know?" Seeing Adele hesitate, Robolt urges, "Come on. This is the place." Adele follows, observing. "An underground secret lab?" Robolt points to a book on a table. "This is what I'm studying." Adele asks, "This book?" Robolt nods, "Yes. Some believe it's an artifact." Adele mutters, "An old book? Looks like an ancient manuscript." Opening it, he finds most pages blank. He looks up. "This is..." Robolt confirms. "As you see, most pages are empty, but the last page has text." Adele asks, "Where'd you get it?" Robolt replies, "Found it in an abandoned house in the western desert, buried in fine sand." Adele frowns. "An abandoned house in the desert?" Robolt continues, "Based on a nearby oasis, I think it was once a village." Adele nods. "So, besides the book in ruins, the village vanished without a trace?" Robolt confirms, "That's my only conclusion for now." Adele muses, "Interesting. Can I see the text on the last page?" Robolt's face lights up. "Of course. That's why I called you here." He flips to the last page, revealing strange, ancient-looking script. Adele exclaims, "There's text all right." Robolt adds, "Yes, but I can't decipher it. Can you?" Adele stares at the cryptic symbols, thinking, "No way I'd recognize this gibberish." Robolt interrupts. "Now you see why even top students couldn't help." Adele asks, "Any progress so far?" Robolt shakes his head, "None. It's a dead end." Adele suggests, "Maybe the clue's where you found it?" Robolt replies, "Oddly, I visited nearby villages, but no one knows anything about the ruins or book. Facing the impasse, Adele frowns. Thinking, searching for answers without clues? Tough. What if I come up empty? He touches the page, feeling for anything unusual. Suddenly, a fierce energy surges from the book. Adele startles. What's this? Why's my pendant reacting? At that moment, the text begins to shift strangely, as if coming alive. Staring at the writhing text before him, Adele marvels inwardly. The words are moving? Am I seeing things? But no, the ancient script on the page truly shifts, slithering like magical serpents, rearranging into readable characters. The first line emerges, stark and chilling. Those who break the law will face merciless destruction. Everything will vanish endlessly until this world ends. Adele ponders, eyes fixed on the book. I can read it, but I don't understand a damn thing. He touches the pendant around his neck, feeling a strange energy pulse. The pendant's reacting, it's definitely tied to the demon god. Noticing Adele's silence, Robolt speaks. Curious, something up? Adele looks up, calm. I've deciphered the text. Robolt startles. What? Adele explains slowly. It talks about breaking laws, but the rest, I can't fully explain yet. Robolt peers at the book, eyes gleaming. As expected, the syllables align perfectly. It's linked to the chaos attribute, a rare one, worth studying. He turns to Adele, urgent. To know more, I need further research. But this is a monumental find. Adele raises an eyebrow. Is it? Robolt nods eagerly. Yes. We should search for more artifacts and texts in other regions. He pauses, looking at Adele. That's enough for now, student Adele. Adele prepares to leave, but Robolt adds, Oh, I'll transfer your payment now. Adele surprised, right now? Robolt smiles. Yes, give me a moment. Adele thinks, a demon pact is one thing, but mana potions take time to craft, don't they? As Robolt rummages, muttering, Where did I put it? Adele freezes. A thought hits, wait. If Robolt keeps studying ancient texts and artifacts, he touches his pendant. Its 3 gems glow blood red. The book's influence turned these gems red. If the whole pendant turns, what happens? Even I don't know. He muses, if it's tied to the demon god, I should keep it close. I know Robolt, but he's not fully trustworthy. After searching, Robolt exclaims, Found it. He hands Adele a mana potion, smiling warmly. Adele takes it, thinking, safer to keep it with me. Robolt offers a small bag. Here. I put all your payment in there for convenience. Adele takes it, nodding, thank you. Robolt steps closer, courteous. No, I should thank you. Without you, I couldn't have read that text. I look forward to working together again. Adele smiles. I'll help as much as I can. Robolt's tone turns serious. Oh, don't tell anyone about my research, all right? Adele's face darkens slightly, muttering, That depends on you, instructor. Robolt flinches. You're not planning to break the pact, are you? Adele steps closer, exuding menace. He locks eyes with Robolt, voice cold. This research isn't approved by the headmaster, is it? If it followed protocol and had Citan's approval, why need a secrecy pact? Robolt's flustered reaction confirms Adele's suspicions. Adele smiles, softening. If this gets out, I'd be expelled. But we're in the same boat, so I'll help you fully. Just add more mana potions. Robolt, sweating, stammers, G got it. He grabs a few more potions, voice shaky. This is all I have. Adele eyes the potions, thinking, not bad. He takes them and turns to leave. Thanks. I'll be off. As he steps out, Robolt calls. What's that pact for, anyway? Adele pauses, turning with a sly grin, to save a slave. The scene shifts to the dormitory at Adele's appointed time. He enters, finding Kyle waiting. Kyle glares, voice cold. You're here. Adele replies calmly. Been a while, huh? Kyle frowns. A while? Did you bring the pact? Adele pulls out a contract, holding it forward. Of course. Shall we draft it now? Kyle takes it, marveling. No way. You actually got it in a day. Adele smirks. You told me to find it, and now you're surprised? No backing out, or you'll regret it. Read it and sign. Kyle scans the contract. It states, Adele will not harm Kyle or his sister Ray. Ray's illness won't relapse. Kyle will prioritize Adele's orders, but Adele won't command anything life-threatening. After reading, The contract dissolves into crimson energy, surging into Kyle's heart. Adele smiles warmly. The deal's sealed. He pulls out a small paper, adding, "Here's your first order." Kyle nods. "Got it. I'll send the fake message." He slips the paper into a slot. "It'll transmit now." Adele watches, thinking, "That's how it works? Interesting." Opening a portal big enough for a person takes massive resources and mana. Kyle continues, "It recharges monthly, usable once. The message will make them think we're dead, so they won't target us. I'll be useless to them soon enough." Adele steps closer, smirking. "Dead? This is a win-win deal." Kyle sighs, resigned. "Whatever you say." He adds, "One more order. From today, leave Sidon and gather intel on the demon realm from outside, secret realms, high demon clans, hidden artifact history. For now, find the nearest secret realm and info on clans that escape justice. Report every 2 weeks." Kyle nods, "Understood." Adele, pleased, thinks his spy experience makes him quick to follow orders. Kyle suddenly extends his hand. Adele, surprised, reciprocates, thinking, Kyle initiating a handshake? He says, "Looking forward to your results." But Kyle swats his hand away, snapping, "Results my ass. Give me money. I need funds to gather intel." Adele laughs awkwardly, scratching his head. "Oh, right, money. I forgot. I don't have much, what now?" He pulls out a paper. "Mention my name and show this. The Bears clan will help. But don't peek inside." Kyle takes it, nodding. "It's getting late. I'll leave today, submit my withdrawal, and exit Sidon." Adele praises, "Efficient." Kyle ignores him, walking off coldly, muttering, "Living with scum makes me sick." The scene shifts to the next day, in class. Adele sits pensively. Since yesterday, Kyle vanished from Sidon. Rumors of his withdrawal spread fast, and Adele's name came up due to the cafeteria incident. "Even Luna suspects me. Fair enough, I did lose at mid-meal." He continues, "The issue is Instructor Aries. He's onto something but won't touch me. The midterm's in a few days. Changing class leader now would cause chaos." Idea enters, slamming her hand on the desk. "Great to see you all." She continues, 3 days until the midterm. For tests, weapon skills, magic, human analysis, and practical. The practical, on the last day, is an attack on the Human Royal Academy. Her words spark a buzz of shock among the students. Adele remains calm, thinking, "It's finally starting." Adele muses to himself, "Finally here." The main plot of the original story kicks off now. Demons attack the Royal Academy. Humans fight back fiercely, and amid the chaos, countless villains reveal themselves, sparking intense clashes. Unlike the class's anxiety, Fran leaps up, hands on hips, boldly declaring, "I'll take first place in the midterms." Her confident claim draws support. A student cheers, "If it's Fran, anything's possible." Another yells excitedly, "Kill the class leader. Wipe them all out." Fran laughs, "Ha ha ha, kneel before me." Adele grits his teeth, thinking, "Kill? Has the whole class been brainwashed?" 2 students below murmur. One asks nervously, "So the invasion of humans is really happening?" The other snarls, "After all we've been through, we'll make them pay." Adele's thoughts churn. Demons who lost loved ones are burning for revenge. Better than trembling in fear. He frowns. If the novel's plot holds, Class A gets wiped out during midterms. But there's hope. I've altered so many original events already. I bribed Kyle to leak fake intel to the Royal Academy and kept Luna from expulsion. Destroying the Academy is impossible, but I can save the class from annihilation. If I pull it off, I'll be hailed as a model class leader, and Aries' trust will be my reward. Plus, a shot at re-entering Sidon's armory. A smile spreads across his face. Goal: survive and score high. He resolves firmly, go all in, like my life's on the line. Back at the dorm, Renee stands before him, coldly saying, "Long time no see." Adele frowns, replying, "Indeed, lady, feels like months since we last met." He thinks she's pissed. Renee's face darkens, radiating menace. "Because you've been avoiding me?" Under her heavy aura, Adele shrinks, thinking, I dodged her with training excuses. Calling me out before midterms? I get why she's mad, but... His gaze shifts to Diana, sitting cross-legged, staring at him. He thinks, these two are always together. Diana smiles. "Hi, I'm Diana." Adele, lost in thought, Doesn't respond immediately. They say the more you avoid bad karma, the tighter it clings. I'm out of ideas. Seeing his silence, Diana teases, no greeting? That hurts. Snapping back, Adele bows, hand to chest. I'm Adele, honored to meet a noble lady like you. Diana smiles. Nice to meet you too. Renee cuts in sharply. Enough pleasantries. Explain why you've avoided me and now want to spar. Adele steps closer, voice soft. I felt guilty. Renee questions, guilty about what? Adele wipes fake tears, sobbing. As your guard, I failed to protect you. It's haunted me, hoo-hoo. His genuine act makes Renee puff her cheeks, torn between embarrassment and anger, shouting, Stop crying like a puppy. Adele continues, voice trembling. You don't know how I feel, you cold-hearted thing. Renee trembles with rage. Adele thinks, damn, do I have to resort to this? He pulls out a mana potion. To make amends, I brought you a gift, lady. Diana approaches, curious. What's that? A mana potion? Adele nods. Yes, I worked hard to get it. Diana turns to Renee. Post-war, these are rare. Take it and forgive him. Adele thinks, no grudge, just thanks Diana. But Renee brushes Diana's hand aside, aloof. No need for that. Adele realizes she's really mad. He plays the pretty boy card. Truth is, other students bullied me for being half-demon. I kept my distance to avoid troubling you, Lady Renee. He drops to one knee, earnest. If that hurt you, I sincerely apologize. He thinks, I've poured it all out, hope it works. Diana adds, he genuinely cares about you. He's a great guard. Renee pauses, a faint smile forming. She steps closer. I won't take it. Adele, seeing her soften, pulls another potion, grinning. Hee, so you'll accept it? Renee, still aloof, turns away. I said I'm not hurt. Adele speechless. Diana, saving him again, chirps, all good now. Renee glares, don't talk to me. Diana points at her eyes, laughing. Haha, Renee's just too rigid. Fix that, and she'd be perfect. Adele thinks, didn't expect this side of Diana. The group heads to the training room. Renee grips her sword. Let's spar. It's been a while. Adele nods, sure. Diana whispers to Renee. Show him your new skill. Adele overhears, thinking new skill? She learned something while we were apart. A dense dark aura erupts from Renee, her eyes narrowing with killing intent. Watch closely. She grips her sword, mana surging outward, intensifying. Her eyes flash, the air growing heavy. Adele, awed, thinks, such intense killing intent. Her sword turns pitch black, radiating dark aura. Adele, shocked, thinks, her mana's condensing into the blade, turning it black? Is that a dark blade? Only master human knights achieve this, refining mana razor thin. She can do that? Truly a descendant of the 7 deadly sins. Renee holds the blade briefly, then relaxes, the aura dissipating, returning the sword to normal. Adele approaches, still not perfected? Renee nods. Yes, it takes extreme focus. Adele grips his short sword, smiling. Let's test it in a match. Renee nods eagerly. All right. Adele thinks. No idea how strong her dark blade is. I'll try the pact first. He charges, swinging hard. Renee blocks, their weapons clashing, sparks flying. She steps back, eyes flashing, and counters with a horizontal slash. Adele leans back, dodging. He kneels, preparing, thinking. With enhanced vision, I can track her every move. This'll work. Renee summons her dark blade again, her sword turning black, exuding terrifying pressure. Adele's dagger shatters. He thinks, shocked, she deployed it that fast. The outcome's clear. Adele scratches his head. Amazing. That dark blade's power. Renee, confident. Of course. Diana approaches. A noble lady stronger than her guard? Rare. Renee's incredible, right? Renee pauses, silent. Diana teases, blushing? Not very Renee-like. Her expression shifts, eyes glinting with menace. But the more I look, the stranger it feels. Something seems ordinary, yet not. She scans Adele, making him flinch. Smiling cryptically, she says, What's this? I'm curious. Under her terrifying pressure, Adele sweats, shaken. The girl Diana, with her icy gaze, approached Adele, making his entire body shiver slightly. Looking into those sharp eyes, he thought to himself, one of the powers Diana possesses is observation. the ability to notice even the tiniest strand of hair on her opponent's body. To be noticed this intensely by someone destined to become a demon lord was truly overwhelming. How am I supposed to react to this? Countless thoughts flooded Adele's mind, leaving him flustered and unsure of what to do. He continued to think, could she end up being my greatest enemy? It's probably best to keep some distance. Suddenly, a surge of crimson killing intent erupted from his body, causing Diana to flinch momentarily. A subtle, enigmatic smile curved on her lips. Seeing that confident smile, Adele mused inwardly. Most people would feel fear or wariness when sensing killing intent. But this is the composure of the truly powerful. Renee stepped forward, breaking the tense atmosphere, and spoke up. Diana, are you curious about something? At this question, Diana moved closer, pointed at Renee, and smiled. Yes, because the swordsmanship Renee just displayed gets stranger the more I look at it. So I'm just a bit curious. Renee gave her a skeptical look, but seemed somewhat convinced. Seeing this, Adele muttered to himself. She's so easily fooled. Then he turned to Renee and said, I also want to ask, how do you perform that swordsmanship? Holding the sword in her hand, Renee began to explain confidently. First, you need to grasp the key. It's like pouring all your energy into the sword. Adele nodded eagerly. Oh, I see. He thought to himself. Haha. Only geniuses would think like that. He stepped closer and continued. We still have exams to prepare for, so let's stop the sparring here. Renee nodded in agreement. All right, sounds good. Watching her turn to leave, Adele called out. Renee, how's your preparation for the midterm exams going? She looked back at him, smiling confidently. Perfect. Seeing that self-assured look, Adele smiled as well, thinking to himself. The timing of the first midterm exam and the moment the main characters receive the arrogant I don't align. That means Renee will survive this exam. But there's a high chance that all the Class A students under me will die. As he watched them walk away, he called out, Well then, good luck, my lady. Renee turned back, waving. Yeah, you be careful too. Diana, standing nearby, glanced at Adele with a slight smile and said softly, See you later. Her unexpected words startled him, and he thought to himself, Looks like I'm being watched again. The scene shifts to the next day. The academy comes into view under a clear blue sky, with rays of sunlight streaming through the windows. A small bird perched on a ledge, pecking at tiny crumbs of bread. Adele looked at the bird, thinking, The midterm exams start today? Is Aries working me so hard I don't even get to eat? Hurry up and eat, little guy. I've got exams to deal with. His body was nearly exhausted, his face pale as he muttered. And the first subject, human knowledge. Even after studying all night, not a single word stuck in my head. I'm the author, and I still don't understand this subject. How ridiculous. But he reassured himself. Back in my school days, I crammed plenty of times. I can probably scrape by with a few points. Once seated in the classroom, Adele's expression turned blank. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, the moment I step into the classroom, I forget everything I studied. Luna approached him, clenching her fists and encouraging him. Adele, you've worked so hard. Your face looks like. Before she could finish, Adele interrupted. This is nothing. He asked her. Luna, are you prepared? She smiled. Yeah, I'm a bit hazy, but I don't think I'll fail. He turned to Fran and asked, What about you? Fran crossed her arms, flashing a confident smile. Why should I bother with those theoretical subjects? As long as I excel in the practical part, I'm good. Hearing this, Adele thought. To increase our chances of survival, even by 1%, we can't afford to take any part lightly. Fran laughed loudly. Ha! Either way, first place is mine. At that moment, a teacher walked in, voice booming. All right, everyone, take your seats, put away your notebooks, and clear your desks. If I catch anyone cheating, you'll be kicked out of the exam room immediately. As soon as the proctor finished speaking, the students below buried their heads in their exams. Adele worked on his test, muttering to himself. Thanks to my focus and enthusiasm, cramming was surprisingly effective. The test is going smoother than expected. But then, a question caught his eye, causing him to pause. Asterisk, what do you think of humanity? This question is not graded. Asterisk, he mumbled. But this isn't multiple choice. It's an essay. And it's not even graded. What do they mean? Asking what I think of humanity. If I'm answering as Adele, whose clan was destroyed by humans, the answer is obvious. But even though I created both humans and nobles, I'm like their father. How am I supposed to answer this correctly? Though slightly annoyed, he knew the answer Sidon wanted. After much thought, he wrote 2 words on the paper: the enemy. 45 minutes later, the proctor announced, "Time's up, submit your papers." The second period will be the weapon skills exam. The scene shifts to the training grounds. Aries stood with his arms crossed, his face dark and stern. He looked at the students, his voice low and grave. "Today, you will engage in combat. Show your true strength. Magic or weapons. Use everything you've got and fight with all your might. No holding back just because you're afraid of fighting. I'll call your names in order, so step forward one by one." Faced with Aries' serious demeanor, Adele thought, that killing intent is intense. He means for us to fight like it's real. Hearing these words, 8 students below trembled in fear, especially Fran. Suddenly, a student was sent flying backward, rolling across the ground and letting out a pained cry. Aries looked at him and said, "Pathetic. Is this all you've got?" Witnessing the scene, Adele thought, he's not holding back at all. No one lasts more than a few seconds. They're all getting crushed. Even with just his bare hands, they can't even touch him. Aries looked down at the group and called out, "Next, Samuel, step up." Hearing his name, Samuel calmly walked forward. As soon as he stepped up, Aries said, "Fight with everything you've got." Samuel nodded. "Yes, sir." With that, a surge of green mana erupted from his body. From within, countless grotesque monsters roared, their cries mingling with Samuel's. Immediately after, he unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, charging straight at Aries. Facing these attacks, Aries gripped his thunder sword tightly, a slight smile on his lips as he snorted. "This time, I'll have to put in some effort. I'll respond seriously." A blazing red mana surged from Aries' body, enveloping his sword and turning it fiery red. Seeing this, Adele shouted in his mind, "His swordsmanship is different from Renee's. Is that red glow from the fire element?" At the center of the fight, Aries swung his sword a few times, instantly slicing through Samuel's attacks. Seeing his attacks so easily neutralized, Samuel gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." He muttered, "He's strong." As expected of Instructor Aries, standing firm and unshaken even with that kind of power. But then, he clenched his fists, tilted his head back, and roared. Waves of dark mana surged from his body, enveloping him. Seeing this, Aries gritted his teeth, his face tensing, and said, "Not bad, returning to your original state." But with a single leap forward, the grotesque monsters Samuel had conjured were instantly shredded by Aries. He charged forward, aiming his sword at Samuel's face, making him flinch. Before Samuel could react, Aries clenched his free fist and delivered a direct punch to his chest. Samuel let out a pained cry, collapsing to his knees, clutching his stomach, his body trembling. Struggling, he gasped, "Ugh." Aries coldly asked, "Do you still want to continue?" Samuel's trembling hands rose to resist, gritting his teeth against the intense pain. From behind him, a maniform demon opened its massive mouth and lunged at Aries. The moment Aries noticed, it bit down hard on his shoulder, sending a few splashes of blood. But the attack seemed to have no effect on him. He grabbed it with one hand, tearing the creature apart instantly, his expression turning icy. "My shoulder's been taking a beating lately, huh? A surprise counterattack? Good decision." Samuel was now panting heavily, and within moments, he collapsed face first onto the ground. Seeing this, Aries turned and commanded, "Get Samuel out of the exam area." He looked at the students, his voice firm. "Next, step up." His fierce gaze locked onto Adele, and he called, "Come up here, Adele." As soon as Adele stepped forward, a thick, crimson killing intent surged from Aries, enveloping the space and making it feel suffocating, striking fear into everyone present. He locked eyes with Adele, his voice low and grave. "Let's begin." Looking at him, Adele muttered to himself, "That killing intent is terrifying. Even if he doesn't kill me, he's probably aiming to take at least an arm or a leg." Aries raised his sword forward, declaring boldly, Give it everything you've got. Adele immediately responded. Please wait a moment. Aries, puzzled, asked with suspicion, what more do you need to prepare? Adele smiled confidently and said, there's something I'd like to see. Aries furrowed his brow. You dare make demands of an exam proctor? What do you want me to show you? Adele made his request, his voice brimming with determination. I want to see you envelop your sword with sword aura, right from the start. Aries coldly explained. Sword aura isn't something you can mimic just by watching. You have to truly comprehend it. Adele raised his hand, resolute. No, if you show me once, I think I can grasp it. At these bold words, Aries gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his voice lowering. You've got some guts. Fine, I'll show you once. Watch closely. As soon as he spoke, a massive surge of mana erupted from his sword, converging on the blade and making it glow with a brilliant red light. Adele, witnessing the spectacle, thought to himself. In an instant, the red mana condensed and enveloped the blade. Truly astonishing. Seeing Adele deep in thought, Aries questioned, do you think you can pull this off? Adele clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination. Thank you for showing me. He flashed a confident smile, thinking, this isn't something you can learn with just your mind. At that moment, a massive surge of purple mana burst from Adele's body, converging onto the blade in his hand. Seeing this, Aries' expression darkened slightly. He gritted his teeth and said coldly, I'll admit, you've got talent. But the sword aura only lasted for 5 seconds before dissipating. Adele flinched, thinking, it's still too much for me. It only lasted 5 seconds. But even so, it was worth a try. Immediately, he enveloped his blade with sword aura again, looked at Aries, and smiled. Let's get started. Facing Adele's determined gaze, Aries responded cheerfully. All right, come at me. Below the arena, Samuel was being treated for his wounds by Luna. He looked up at Adele in the arena, thinking, if he moves like that, the scene shifts back to the arena. Sword auras clashed fiercely, shaking the space around them. Energy radiated everywhere, creating a chaotic spectacle. Adele stepped back, assumed a defensive stance, then charged straight at Aries, attacking relentlessly. Suddenly, a confident smile spread across his face. He thrust his sword directly at Aries, but Aries effortlessly raised his sword to block. The two blades collided, sending sparks flying in all directions. Aries smiled. You're enveloping your sword with aura as you swing? It feels like I'm watching a performance. Adele chuckled. Thanks for the compliment. But immediately after, Aries swung his sword with force, knocking Adele back several steps. While Adele was still airborne, he instantly used his position swap skill. His target this time was Aries' sword. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Aries, his blade, cloaked in sword aura, aimed straight at Aries' face. A powerful thrust came, but with lightning-fast reflexes, Aries leaned back, dodging the attack. Then he swung his leg, delivering a powerful kick that sent Adele flying back several meters. Adele thought. He dropped his sword. Now's the moment. He immediately unleashed his dark fang, triple black blade technique. 3 mana-formed blades appeared around him, exuding thick, killing intent. At his command, the 3 blades shot straight toward Aries. But Aries remained unfazed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, like a scratch. He tensed his body, creating a protective barrier that blocked all 3 of Adele's attacks. Faced with such swift reflexes, Adele thought, that massive body, and yet his reflexes are unbelievable. He even has a body-protecting shield. Not even my black blades could hit him. He's truly a monster. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Aries clenched his fist, raising his other hand to grab Adele's head for an attack. As the fist neared his face, Adele shouted, I surrender. The sudden declaration startled Aries. He questioned, what? Furious, he roared. I told you. No running away. Adele explained calmly. Both my arms, used to block attacks, are injured, and I've completely run out of mana. I can't keep fighting. He gently deflected Aries' fist, thinking, getting injured before the practical exam would only put me at a disadvantage. I don't need to do that. Plus, surrendering like this is also to mess with him. Aries, enraged, placed his hands on his hips, turned around, and shouted, Fine, get back to your seat. Adele smiled. Thank you for understanding. Aries spun back, yelling angrily. Stop talking nonsense. Next person. Faced with Aries' fury, Adele smirked inwardly. I'm too scared to even open my mouth now. As he walked back, the students below buzzed with chatter. The class leader tied with the proctor. No way that just happened. Another added. Even as a half-demon, the class leader is still the class leader. These comments were within Adele's expectations. He smiled to himself. Everything went just as I planned. I drew attention with flashy moves, while Aries looked like he couldn't do much. In the practical exam, I need to be the clear center of the class. If Fran takes the lead like in the original story, Class A will be wiped out. Witnessing the fight, Samuel approached, clenching his fist, and questioned, Why did it turn out like that? Adele turned to him, replying, You recovered fast. What the heck are you talking about? Samuel raised his voice. I'm asking why. Adele adjusted his clothes, calmly explaining. Oh, well, I ran out of mana and strength, so I had to surrender. Samuel interrupted, his voice angry. No, not that. Why are you so strong? His clenched fist trembled with rage. Adele looked at him, smiling. Oh, probably just natural talent. Samuel snapped back. That's it. Adele replied. Do I need another reason? Samuel sneered. Haha, unbelievable. A guy like you being that strong. Adele responded calmly. Don't you come from a privileged clan and possess the gluttony ability? At these slightly provocative words, Samuel's expression darkened. He coldly said, What? Watch your mouth, you piece of trash. One day, I'll knock your teeth out. As he spoke, a thick wave of killing intent emanated from him. Seeing Samuel's darkened gaze, Adele was puzzled but stayed silent. After a tense standoff, Samuel turned and stormed off, snorting. Trash. Watching him leave, Adele thought. Coming out of nowhere and picking a fight. I'm worried you won't follow orders during the midterm exam. Fran approached, interrupting his thoughts, and asked, What's going on? Why did you act like that? Adele turned to her, replying. Samuel started it. She continued, her tone serious. That's not the point. Sure, Samuel treated you poorly, but I don't understand why you keep picking fights with his clan. Just because I mentioned his clan, you're making a big deal out of it? Compared to him looking down on you for being a half-demon. Hearing this, Fran closed her eyes briefly and sighed. So you really don't know. She explained. Samuel is the head of the Gluttony clan.